Hello, welcome to the SEG Lecturers Symposium featuring the 2021 SEG Distinguished and Traveling Lecturers. Thank you for joining us today, as we are excited to offer another opportunity this year to showcase several world-class experts in economic geology. Y un saludo a nuestros miembros de audiencia hispanohablante. Bienvenidos al Simposio de Conferencistas 2021 de la Sociedad Geológica Económica. Muchas gracias por unirse el día de hoy. Estamos encantados de ofrecer una nueva oportunidad este año para mostrar a varios expertos de clase mundial en geología económica. My name is Melissa Rodriguez. I'm a student at the Industrial University of Santander in Colombia, and I'll be the moderator for today's event. For today's agenda, we will first cover some brief logistics, followed by an overview of the SEG lecturer program. And then each lecturer will provide a 45-minute talk, followed by a live question and answer session. In the second half of today's symposium, we will also have the pleasure of hearing from the SEG President Moira Smith and the SEG President-elect Chico Acevedo. At the halfway mark, we will take a tour recess. And please note that all time listed in the agenda are in Mountain Time. Today's call, we will listen only for participants, but we encourage you to ask questions during talk using the Q&A button in the control bar that should appear either at the top or bottom of your screen, of course, depending on your setup. Questions of the presentation will be answered during the Q&A session following each talk. Today's event is recorded and an archive will be available following the event on our website and the SEG channel, YouTube channel. To better introduce the SEG lecturer program and today's lecturer, I'd like to present our first speaker, Mike Venter. Mike is the SEG Vice President for Regional Affairs and is a consulting geologist with PH Consulting. He has over 30 years of experience in the mining and exploration industries, covering a wide range of commodities at corporate, junior, and private company, as well as at consulting level. He is a registered professional with South African Council for Natural and Scientific Professions and a fellow of the Society of Economic Geologists. And now, I believe we have a message from Mike.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to wherever you are, and welcome to this SEG Lecture Symposium. The second one we've had this year. The first one being held in July, and it was such a great success. And seeing as we've got such a good selection of speakers, we decided to host this event again, and as probably the last event of 2021 for the SEG. My name is Mike Venter. I'm the SEG Vice President for Regional Affairs, and yeah, I thought I'll just introduce the society. So who is the SEG? We were founded in 1920, so we celebrated our centenary last year, also including a conference this year. We're an international organization with members of interests focusing on the discovery, the study, and the development of mineral resources, and to meet the needs of our communities and worldwide. And we've got three essential objectives. That's to advance the science of geology through the scientific investigation of mineral deposits and resources, and to disseminate these results through various SEG publications, webinars such as this, meetings, conferences, and field trips, etc. And also, importantly, to advance the status of the profession globally, not to our senior members, but to all our students and early career professionals, and to maintain a high professional and ethical standard amongst the members. So what are the benefits of belonging to society? There's our community networking, got lots of education and training courses. There's our well-known and established publication, Economic Geology, as well as the quarterly Discovery newsletter, as well as specialist publications. Webinars and conferences, student support and funding, which I'll touch on shortly, as well as early career and mentor opportunities. Just 2020 at a glance, as I said, founded in 1920, approximately 5,800 members, from about 94 countries globally. And that includes 111 student chapters in about 31 countries. And importantly, the SEG has provided close to $500,000 or well over $500,000 in financial support to students globally. And including that is funding of various field trips, courses, and virtual offerings. So let's get on to today's lecture program. We have a selection of 4 lecturers, including Dave Cook, who's the SEG Distinguished Lecturer, Ross Sherlock, who's the International Exchange Lecturer, Julie Rowlands, the Thea Lindsay Visiting Lecturer, and Mike Robertson, who's the Regional Vice President Lecturer from Africa. All of these are excellent speakers who've all, in their own way, made or are making significant contributions to the field of economic geology. They are selected annually by the SEG by a variety of committees, and this event also supports their participation in other events relevant to the industry, as well as for SEG student chapters. And importantly, they serve as ambassadors for the SEG. So just in a nutshell, who's up first? It's Mike Robertson, talking about gold exploration potential of Northeast Africa. Then we move on to Ross's talk on the crustal architecture of the Lada Lake area, controls and gold mineralization along the Cadillac Lada Lake Deformation Zone. I think there will be a break, and then Moira Smith, who's the president of SEG this year, will be giving a couple of giving an update or a summary of what we've been up to this year. And that will be followed by Julie Rowland's talk on inherited structures and localization of ore-forming hydrothermal systems, insights from Northern New Zealand, and then wrapped up by a more generic talk, but an important one with lots of applications, by David Cook, who's talking on new advances in geochemical exploration, detecting the subtle but giant geochemical footprints of porphyry, copper, and gold deposits using mineral chemistry. And then I think we're wrapping up by Chico Avezzo, who is our president-elect for 2022. He'll be giving us a summary of what the SEG is up to next year. So thanks very much, and thank you for the talks. Enjoy.
Thanks to Mike Venta for that great overview of the society. Now, moving on to our first lecturer of the day, Mike Robertson. Mike is a principal consultant with MSA Group based in Johannesburg, South Africa, with a Master of Science on the structural controls of gold mineralization at Sheba Mine, Robertson Greenstone Belt. He has a particular interest in the application of applied structural geology to understanding controls on orogenesis and exploration targeting. This has led to work on orogenic gold deposits throughout Africa, in the Middle East, Western Australia, and Russia. Apart from orogenic gold deposits, he has worked on a wide spectrum of mineral systems, including sediment-hosted strata-bound copper and carbonate-hosted zinc lead in Southern and Central Africa, non-sulfide zinc in Turkey and Mexico, nickel-copper PGS in Canada, volcanic-hosted massive sulfide deposits in Eritrea and Saudi Arabia, and phosphate and bauxite deposits in Saudi Arabia. He believes that a fundamental geologic understanding is a cornerstone to exploration success. Mike is the SEG Regional Vice President Lecturer, who is selected by the other Regional Vice President for their expertise in the field of economic geology. Mike's talk today is entitled Gold Exploration Potential of Northeast Africa. Mike, thanks for joining us today. Are you there?
I am here. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for the introduction. Let me just share my screen. Please let me know if you can you see that?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, great. Right, okay, so this is the title for my talk, Gold Exploration Potential of Northeast Africa, as Melissa introduced. The talk is not intended to be an in-depth discussion or academic kind of presentation, but rather an overview of the potential of a very interesting region that is underexplored and has huge exploration potential. By way of introduction, this is a photo taken in the Red Sea Hills in the eastern desert of Egypt. There are approximately 250 known gold occurrences in the Eastern Desert region, many of them dating back thousands of years, as we'll see a little bit later on. These ancient workings, including Zucari, which following all the work carried out by Centamin, is now a 14 million ounce deposit and currently represents the only commercial scale gold mine in the Eastern Desert region of Egypt. And Zucari produced 450,000 ounces of gold last year. So that's just by way of an example, which reflects the mineral potential of this area. Just as an overview of the talk, what we'll go through is basically an overview of the geology of the Nubian Shield, which really represents one of the last underexplored Neoproterozoic terrains on Earth, and which is rapidly emerging as world-class province of gold exploration. Secondly, we'll touch on the historical production, which is really interesting in this part of the world, goes back a long way. And then look at the current status in terms of how this region ranks with respect to the rest of Africa and the world, and then look at the various deposit types that are found in this region, and look at some examples just to give you an idea of what these deposits look like, both in Eritrea, Sudan, and in Egypt, and then conclude with some points at the end. Right, so just moving on quickly, and to discuss first an overview of the Nubian Shield, which is part of the African or the Arabian Nubian Shield as a whole. The Arabian Nubian Shield originated through a supercontinental cycle during the Neoproterozoic, and this has been documented by various authors, notably here by Zahir et al. In 2019, Johnson and others, who have also published excellent overviews of orogenic gold in the Eastern Desert of Egypt. And I will be borrowing heavily on several aspects of these authors' research in this talk. These diagrams at the top here illustrate the supercontinental cycle through which the ANS originated and are taken from Zahir et al. In 2019. So what we see first is that the cycle started with the rifting and breakup of the Rudinian continent at around 870 to 800 MA, and with the consequent opening of the Mozambique Ocean, which in the second graphic over there. This resulted in the formation of juvenile crust as a result of seafloor spreading and arc to back arc formation, followed by the collision of East and West Gondwana during continental accretion from about 870 to 625 MA. Accompanying this was crustal and lithospheric reworking as a result of continental collision here between East and West Gondwana, which resulted in the East African origin. And this was accompanied by granitic magmatism and volcanic sedimentary deposition. Continued shortening, as you see in the diagram there, and magmatism was followed by orogenic collapse and uplift. The diagram at the bottom, which is taken from Mike Porter in 2019, shows the final assembly of Gondwana, with West Gondwana out here and East Gondwana to the right. At final assembly from around 550 to 520 MA, and separated by the East African origin. Now, the Arabian Nubian Shield up there in green is part of the East African origin that extends all the way down south and forms part of the high-grade Mozambique belt down here. So the next slide just zooms into the Arabian Nubian Shield, which we'll discuss in a little bit more detail. And this slide is taken again from Mike Porter's summary of the Arabian Nubian Shield. And just for reference geographically, Cairo sits up there. There's Khartoum in Sudan down here, Addis Ababa in Egypt, and Jeddah across the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia. The Arabian Nubian Shield represents one of the largest tracts of juvenile Neoproterozoic crust on Earth, covers a north-south distance of about 3,500 kilometers and a maximum width of 1,500 kilometers. And the shield extends from the Sinai Peninsula and the rest of Egypt in the north here, all the way down to Kenya, and covers parts of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Egypt, Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and down into Kenya. The shield is split between the current Arabian plate up here and the African plate to the west along the Red Sea Rift, which opened about 25 million years ago. The shield is dominated by oceanic volcanic island arcs and ophiolite sequences, which formed within that Mozambique ocean environment, together with widespread batholithic granitoid intrusions and late molassic volcanic sedimentary sequences. The subduction-driven arc, and ultimately arc-continent collision resulted in the accretion of these terrains between 850 and 550 MA, with peak metamorphism and pervasive shearing later on from about 650 to 500. These terrains that were accreted are bounded generally by broad high-strain zones with associated ophiolite suture sequences. And these shear zones or sutures can be kilometers to tens of kilometers in width, containing intensity deformed schists, gneisses, and typically with rafts of ophiolitic rocks. The bulk of the terrains in the central part of the shield, which you see here in the light green, form what's called a core group, which is composed of three main correlated pairs of subterranes on opposite sides of the Red Sea, which form three sort of northeast, southwest trending belts that are perpendicular to the main axis of the shield. And these composite belts are the Nakfa, Asir terrain down here in the south, the higher Jidda terrain, and the Gebeit Hijaz terrain out here. And these three terrains are separated by major suture zones, which you see here, the Barka Adam suture and the Nakasib Berumk suture over there. Up here to the north in the different shade of green is what's known as the Eastern Desert or Midian composite terrain, which is slightly younger, as you'll see here down in the legend. And that was welded onto this core group down here along this major structure. The western, what's called the Western Arc terrain is basically this entire accreted sequence over here. Is separated from the Eastern Arc terrain out here in Saudi Arabia, which is slightly younger, along the Nabita suture zone or mobile belt. And then lastly, just to mention, the Arabian Nubian Shield as a whole was accreted to the Sahara metacraton out here to the west, along the sinistral transpressional Karaf suture, which is a major crustal structure on the western boundary. Metamorphism in the Arabian Nubian Shield ranges from green schist up here in the north through to amphipolite and granulite fascies down towards the Mozambique belt. Also shown here, which we'll refer to continually through the talk, are the mineral deposits, just to point out some of the more important ones. Down here in Ethiopia, you've got Legadembe, gold deposit, Tulakapi over here, Sukari up in Egypt, 14 million ounce deposit that we'll talk about later. And then the other important deposits are BMS ones, the so-called Asmara cluster over here, Bisha here, both of those are in Eritrea, the Hassai area, BMS cluster in Sudan, and Jebel here, which is a porphyry copper gold deposit, also in Sudan. Just moving on to the history of this region, which is extremely interesting and dates back between 5,500 and 6,000 years ago, with gold having been exploited in the shield over that whole entire period. And the history of gold mining in this area, in both ancient Egypt and Nubia, which is today's current Sudan, has been best studied by Rosemary and Dietrich Klemm, which is a husband and wife team, a geologist and or an Egyptologist and geologist respectively, I should say. They undertook numerous field campaigns between 1989 and 1999 over a period of about 10 or more years, and visited most of the ancient sites, both in Egypt and Sudan. And those accounts are described in this book, which you see here. It's a 663-page book published in 2013 entitled Gold Mining in Ancient Egypt and Nubia. If you're interested in the history of this region, this is an excellent read. And these authors also have published numerous other articles. This one was in 2001, and it's also extremely interesting. Gold of the Pharaohs, 6,000 years of gold mining in Egypt and Nubia. Just to zoom in on that, the ancient gold mining history in Egypt, in this instance now, is encapsulated in this map by Zohir et al. in 2019, and shows the different historical periods, the legend up here, with the earliest workings dating from the 4th millennium BC. And this age dating period is known from the discovery of gold artifacts and ancient mining tools associated with these gold workings, tools such as stone hammers, that date back to around about 3,500 BC. Clem et al. Document that the early activity sites were guided in part, in the first instance, by malachite-stained outcrops that led these early miners to the copper gold-bearing quartz veins. Subsequent mining during the Old, Middle, and New Kingdom, as all part of the Pharaonic period, took place and saw new types of mining tools being developed, such as evolving stone hammers and stone mortars. One of the obvious complications archaeologically, I guess, is that a lot of these early mining sites were overprinted by later operations, with workers going back, obviously led in by signs of old workings. So that complicates the archaeological history to a large extent. It's worth mentioning that gold was highly prized commodity by the ancient Egyptians, who saw it as, or believed it to be the flesh of the sun god Ra, and was thus considered a symbol of eternal life. So hence the importance of gold in the ancient Egyptian culture. The Pharaonic period ended in about 300 BC, when the region fell under Macedonian rule. And then the ancient history per se ended with the during the Arab or Islamic period from about 990 to 1350 AD. Of interest to point out in this map, and this just symbolize those various epochs or periods of ancient mining. A lot of them are concentrated along the western margin of the Eastern Desert, which is one of the old trade routes. Here's the Nile River over here. So that's no coincidence that those line up like that. And also just to point out these workings around Mersa Alam, that is the site of the current day Sukari project. So that was, or the mine I should say, that was an early ancient mining site before it became a modern operation. Just to move on, that was Egypt. This is a reflection of the ancient mining history in Sudan, the border with Egypt to the top there. And what we see here are two periods of ancient mining, New Kingdom production sites as the starred symbols, scattered throughout the Eastern Desert here, and the much later Arab or Islamic period, which is the 9th to 14th century AD, as the square symbols. The two things to point out on this map are the clusters of workings, the older sort of New Kingdom BC workings along the Nile River, concentrated over there, and this widely scattered occurrence of workings throughout the Nubian Desert, which is now really covered by the so-called Red Sea state of Sudan. In northeastern Sudan, close to the Nile River, this is the Nile River, by the way, so I should have pointed that out, which goes like that. A number of ancient mined quartz gold occurrences are found within older pre-Pan-African basement, along with extensive alluvial workings. And during the same period, we have associated old temples and pyramids, not quite in the scale as the ones in Egypt, but this is an aerial photo of an example of the Sudanese pyramids. Okay, so much for the old history. Just moving right up to the present, or almost. This slide or this information is taken from the World Gold Council earlier this year and shows gold production in metric tons for the top 15 African countries in 2020. So for gold production up on the vertical axis of these 15 African countries on the horizontal axis, and clear to see that Ghana now is the top producer in Africa. It is also the 6th largest producer globally. And these 15 countries are represented as well on this map on the left. And it's clear to see one of the major gold producing areas is West Africa out here, but also Southern Africa, Central and East Africa, and the region we're currently talking about, Northeast Africa. As far as West Africa is concerned, they produced collectively 456 tons of gold last year, which is about half of the total African output over 2020. The West African output is also about 4 times the combined output of these 3 countries in Northeast Africa, which collectively produced about 108 tons. The reason for including or mentioning West Africa here is just a kind of a comparison with Northeast Africa, with both having similar sort of geographical footprints. West Africa has a particularly interesting region, or is a particularly interesting region, with gold mining history that goes back about 1,600 years. Between 400 and 1500 AD, West Africa was the world's most important supplier of gold, and that came mostly from informal workings. Apart from Ghana, I would say, which has a mining history of well over 100 years, the remainder of the West African region saw little activity, apart from the artisanal activity, until about 30 years ago, when companies like Rand Gold saw the exploration potential and moved in. And over that period since then, the last 25 to 30 years, more than 275 million new ounces in mineral resources have been delineated in that West African region. By way of comparison, the Nubian Shield here contains hundreds of gold occurrences and evidence of a gold mining history going back about 3 or 4 times longer than West Africa. However, the modern resource base is pretty small in comparison. This data is still from World Gold Council and just shows a different aspect here. This is for the period 2010 to 2020. And what you can see here, this is again for these 15 countries. For a long time, South Africa, which is the blue line at the top here, was the region's largest gold producer. That changed in 2018, where it was overtaken by Ghana at that point over there. And South African production has been declining basically over that whole period. Leading on for the previous slide, talking about West Africa, the West African countries in this particular graph are shown in the dashed lines. And for the most part, I think in pretty much every case, they show a steady increase in production over the last 10 years or 11 years. And that's largely driven by the huge exploration effort in that region. Shown in the thick red lines are the 3 Northeast African countries we're looking at, with Sudan at the top. And Sudan has basically tripled production over the last 10 years or so, from about 29 tons out there to about 84 tons last year. And what is even more interesting in respect of Sudan is that most of this production has come from informal artisanal workings, where there are an estimated 1 million plus artisanal miners. Egypt is the line at the bottom here, starting over there. That has also seen production tripled from about 4 tons to 14 tons, with about 90% of that production coming from the Sukari operation, which started up in 2009. But obviously starting from quite a low base at around 4 tons. And the other one, Ethiopia, which is this flat line at the bottom, basically has remained almost constant over this period, producing an average of about 10 tons of gold a year. Okay, this map was published, some of you might have seen it, in the special issue of Episodes that was published for the 35th IGC conference in Cape Town in 2016, and shows the major mineral deposits and geological provinces in Africa. The gold deposits are shown in the yellow symbols. And the purpose in just putting this up is to show the comparable footprint of the Nubian part of the Arabian Nubian Shield up here, compared to the productive Birimian belts here in West Africa. And although these belts are of different ages, being Neoproterozoic in the case of the Nubian Shield, and Paleoproterozoic in the Birimian, they have similar sort of geographic footprints, However, West Africa has a much higher output in gold production, largely, as we've said, in the back of intense exploration activity in the last 25 years. In short, the Nubian Shield, or the ANS, the Arabian Nubian Shield in general, represents one of the last Precambrian terrains to be explored. The geological environments are similar to those hosting significant orogenic gold deposits elsewhere in the world. And this region has basically seen, the main point here is that the region has seen very little exploration, or modern systematic exploration, over the recent past. And this has been partly due to geopolitical issues. However, there have been significant changes in this space, as we will see shortly. So what do these changes involve? In terms of Sudan, in 2018, the US removed Sudan from their sanctions list. And in December last year, Sudan was removed from the state-sponsored terrorism list following the establishment of a civilian-led transitional government in 2019. And this has really opened up the doors for economic activity in Sudan. In addition, 2015 saw the introduction of a new mining code, the so-called Mineral Wealth and Mining Development Act of 2015. And next February, Sudan will be hosting the 6th annual Sudan International Mining Business Forum and exhibition in Khartoum. And shown here on the right is a promotional presentation that was put out by the Geological Research Authority of Sudan, or GRAS as it's better known. And the title of this presentation really encapsulates what I'm trying to put across in this talk, namely that the next major gold mining destination in Africa, I think referring to the region as a whole. Also to add in terms of changes, that Sudan has also clamped down on illegal gold smuggling and has established a gold refinery in Khartoum in an attempt to limit the illegal movement of gold out of the country, largely to the UAE, and that's been a significant problem in the past. There have been recently early movers into the region, and just to mention a couple of the more important ones, Qatar Mining discovered the Jebel Lahir copper gold porphyry, which we'll talk about briefly later, and Orca Gold, whose Block 14 project close to the Egypt border up in this northern part of Sudan, has an inferred and indicated mineral resource of about 4 million ounces. The other significant player is Managem, who operates a multi-million ounce deposit also in that same region, also I believe of about 3 to 4 million ounces. Of importance from a gold point of view are the areas shown in the map on the lower left. Most important region being the Red Sea and Nile state up here in the northeast of Sudan, as well as South Darfur down here. There's a whole host of artisanal workings down there. The Nuba Mountains down here, and North Kordofan region up here in the central part of the country, as well as this area down here in the eastern part, close to the border with Eritrea, with Ethiopia, I should say, close to where the Karpi deposit is. As far as the changes in Egypt are concerned, these have been quite substantial. And as we've said, Hinsett alluded to, although Egypt has a history of gold mining that goes back over 5,500 years, it currently only has one commercial scale gold operation, which is Sukari. However, notwithstanding that, this is clearly an emerging and underexplored mineral belt. And the same could have been said of West Africa 30 years ago, when initially targeted by Randgold. So Egypt has been trying to attract investment attention to the sector and has embarked over the past few years on a series of international bid rounds. However, some of the terms were viewed as unfavorable at the time. This goes back to about 2006. However, this has changed in the recent past. In 2020, the government announced, you see the announcement on the right here, an international bid round for gold and associated minerals within the Eastern Desert region. And the winners of this bid announcement were announced in November 2020. And in summary, 82 concession blocks each of which I believe are 170 square kilometers, were awarded to 11 companies, including some major Western companies or public companies such as Centamin, B2 Gold, Barrick Gold, Lotus Gold, Red Sea Resources, and AKH Gold, along with a whole number of local Egyptian companies. That was pretty successful, and the government announced a second bid round offer last year. The deadline was extended to end of June this year. However, I believe the awarding of the concessions under that second bid, those have not been announced yet. And basically, Egypt is targeting about $1 billion in investment within their mining sector, and is really trying hard to open up to investment in that sector. Moving on now to the mineral deposits and the metallurgy of the shield. This map is sourced from Zohir and Johnson. It shows the known gold occurrences, which, as you can see here in the yellow symbols, are pretty widespread throughout that shield area. The metallurgy of the shield is dominated by orogenic gold deposits, but we also find volcanic hosted massive and disseminated sulfide deposits, volcanic hosted epithermal gold deposits, and porphyry copper gold. Well, there's one in particular, that's Jebel here. There are many occurrences, but just to point out some of the more significant mines here, we pointed these out previously: Legadembe and Tulakopi in Ethiopia, the Asmara district in Eritrea, Bisha in Eritrea, the Ariab Hesai BMS district in Sudan, there's Jebel here over here, and moving up into Egypt, Sukari, 14 million ounce deposit up there, and Hamash, another gold mine in that location over there. What I'd like to do now is just to go through some case studies looking at the various types of deposits. We'll start off with the volcanic hosted massive sulfide deposits, and this map shows the location of these deposits, the HMS deposits throughout the Arabian Nubian Shield. In these red star symbols, this map is sourced from Tucker Barry in 2016, who's done a lot of work on these deposits. And you'll see that these volcanic massive sulfide deposits are widely distributed throughout the shield, with at least 50 VMS deposits known on the Nubian Shield west of the Red Sea, occurring in or clustered in districts, as is typical for these types of deposits. To add, as many deposits are recognized on the Arabian side. The majority of these deposits have a significant felsic volcanic component in their host rocks, which is consistent with the felsic, more evolved character of the ANS in general. The majority of the massive volcanic hosted massive sulfide deposits are of the Kuroko type, with an average size of 39 of them, for which we have tonnages, the average size being about 4.2 million tons, which is slightly larger than the global average of 1.5 million tons for Kuroko type deposits. And we'll see later on some of these VMS deposits are really large. We've pointed out before, but just on this slide as well, the major districts are Asmara and Bisha here in Eritrea, and the Hesai district here in Sudan. The importance of the volcanic hosted massive sulfides in this talk, which is largely about gold, is that a large number of them have been extensively oxidized and have gold-rich caps, which are underlain by supergene zones, and those in turn are underlain by massive sulfides. And this deep oxidation is a result of a period of rapid uplift and deflation associated with opening of the Red Sea. And this has resulted in extensive development of gossans, which are obviously good exploration targets in their own right. These gossans have produced horizontally stratified gold-bearing oxide caps with primary copper, zinc, gold, silver sulfides below them. And as I said, some of these are pretty large, particularly in the Hesai district out here in Sudan. Many of these have been exploited initially as gold-only mines to the base of oxidation, sometimes to a depth of 80 to 100 meters below surface. And obviously a lot of that mining has been, free digging has been low cost, and free milling or to heap leach gold. Probably the most significant example in this regard is Bisha over here, which is this deposit number 9 in Western Eritrea. That has produced almost, I believe, over 1 million ounces of gold from the oxide cap since commercial production started in 2011. At Bisha, the oxide zone is reportedly up to 50 meters thick, and is rich in gold and lead and barium, and depleted in copper and zinc. Just moving into some examples, this is just a zoom in on the district in Sudan, the Ariab or Hassai district, which is shown there, these green stars. The main part of the district is approximately 40 kilometers long by about 20 kilometers wide, and it is located about 120 kilometers east of the Nile River, this, which is shown in blue here, wrapping around like that. And the district is located about 170 kilometers west of Port Sudan. The Ariab VMS district contains at least 13 volcanic hosted massive sulfide deposits. And most of these contain supergene oxide gold caps that have been mined since 1991 in 18 open pits, recovering over 2.3 million ounces of gold. And as I said, most of these are underlain by massive sulfide VHMS mineralization. Some of these are pretty large. Some resource figures here. One of the larger one is Hadal Awatib, almost 70 million tons, 1.2 copper, 0.74 zinc, and just over a gram of gold. That is pretty big for a VMS deposit. Geologically, the district, the Ariab mineral district, lies within the so-called Nakasib Suture zone, which is a broad northeast-southwest trending ophiolite belt that separates the higher terrain down in the south here, from the big terrain to the north. This large deposit, Hadal Awatib, comprises only 1/3 of a giant sulfide lens that extends for more than 3 kilometers. And along that strike, there are 7 open pit gold mines that are being developed. Just zooming into that area, or Hassai mineral district, that's about 40 kilometers long by 20 kilometers wide, and this shows very clearly this this thick Nakasib Suture zone, which is dominated by ophiolite, with the various deposits shown here in the red symbols. Just to point out the down here, this is the Hassai South pit, which is and a section of that looking on the left-hand side here, just to show you what some of the drilling looks like. Hopefully you can see that down in the red in the deepest hole here, that is massive sulfide, and the outline of the pit you might just be able to see it basically down to the bottom of that massive sulfide zone. So everything that's been extracted has been oxide gold mineralization. You'll see some of the grades in here, 13, 11, 10 grams, quite significant supergene enrichment in gold. This is a photograph of a surface gossan within that same district, just to show you what these look like on surface. This one extends for about 3 kilometers and potentially is underlain by another VHMS deposit. I say potentially because there's been very little work done here. However, it is quite an extensive gossan. Another example of a gossan that's really begging for more exploration and assessment. Moving across to Eritrea, and specifically to the Asmara district, which is there's 3 main deposits there, which are basically Embedero, Adi Nefa, and Dabarwa. And this map is again from here, 2019, just to point out again the Asmara cluster over there, located in the western Nakfa terrain in eastern Eritrea. You pointed out the main deposits. You can't distinguish them at this scale, but they're listed there: Embedero, Adinefis, and Dubawa. The photo on the left at the top here is looking southwest along the strike of the Adinefis Gossen, which is well exposed and extends for about 700 meters, I should say, along the strike, with felsic metavolcanics here in the footwall. This is a view of the Dubawa Gossen looking southwest. Photo on the top left here, with the couple of old drill holes in the drill collars in the foreground. Dubawa was mined for a short period in the 1980s when operations ceased as a result of the military conflict during Eritrea's prolonged struggle for independence from Ethiopia. With the cessation of hostilities and following the discovery of Bisha in the western part of the country in 2003, exploration was rapidly advanced in the Asmara district, and all three of these deposits now have 43101 mineral resources attached to them. With the exception of Dubawa, the Asmara VMS deposits in this district lack oxide gold-enriched profiles of the magnitude like those we saw in the Ariab district in Sudan, and also in Bisha in Western Eritrea. And this is because although you've had major uplift in this Asmara region, an extensive part of that region is also covered by therliatic basalts, which extruded during the initial opening of the Red Sea, which really has inhibited the level of deep oxidation that we see elsewhere. These intersections here are worth pointing out. The one on the lower left shows an intersection from surface, basically through gold-enriched oxide cap. That's about 8.5 meters, at just over 3 grams of gold, and that is underlain at depth, just to give you an idea what these look like. This is at 130 meters, pyrite, sphalerite, and chalcopyrite, massive sulfides, with those sort of grades, just over 1 gram of gold, 3% copper, 6.7% zinc, so reasonable deposit. The last example we'll have a look at in the Asmara district is Embedero. It is by far the largest, but also the lowest grade. The actual deposit is about 85 million tons. And this is a photograph again taken from a drill pad here in the foreground, showing this Gossen, which is folded in the middle distance here. The resource gold grade within the oxide zone here at Embedero is just over 1 gram, so fairly low compared to some of the other oxide caps associated with these BHMS deposits in the region. Again, looking at some drill intersections, on the right here is an intersection through the oxide profile, about 10 meters at 3.6 grams gold enriched there. And this is an example of a zinc enriched massive sulfide zone at depth. Okay, moving on to Egypt. Before we discuss the orogenic gold deposits in Egypt, just to point out the VHMS ones, which are shown here in these green stars, is the cluster around here, about 90 kilometers south of Sukari and Marsa Alam. There are a couple of other smaller VHMS deposits within that Eastern Desert region. However, in an Egyptian context, these deposits are pretty small. They don't at all attain the size that we see in Sudan and Egypt, based on what we know to date. As far as orogenic gold mineralization is concerned in Egypt, here are the yellow symbols. Orogenic gold mineralization formed after the cessation of this arc terrain accretion in the ANS, where there was a transition from a more compressional or transpressional terrain accretion to transtensional shearing, which is what the gold mineralization is related to. The map also shows the distribution of gold occurrences, which clearly show a spatial association with faults and shear zones, which are shown here in the red lines, the red traces. And many of these are sites of ancient workings that have been identified through adits, diggings, dumps, and as well as old placer workings. Just point out again some of the better known deposits. Sukari over here, really close to Masa Alam on the coast. Hamash is another well-known deposit and mine over there, and Baramia is another significant one out there in the western part of the Eastern Desert. The map shows, just to point out in the legend here, the deposit types being purely orogenic, carbonate vein style deposits in the yellow symbols. We also have banded iron formation hosted orogenic gold in the rectangular symbol. There's listenite associated gold and intrusion related gold. So those are symbolized just to give you an idea of the different kinds of gold deposits that we see in the Eastern Desert region. Most of the gold occurrences and deposits within the central Eastern Desert region are associated with the northwest striking so-called Majid Fault System, which comprises many splays. So it's clear to see there's a strong structural control on these deposits. And as is typical with most orogenic gold deposits, these occurrences are located along, for example, the sheared margins of granitic intrusions or the contacts between different lithologies or terrain boundaries. So those are typical features of these kinds of deposits. Numerous occurrences are especially associated with sheared and altered ultramafic rocks along many of these terrain boundary features and ophiolitic zones. The next slide is we can have a look at an example here from the Hittite Mine down here in the southern part of the Eastern Desert. That's just zooming in on that. This again is from Zohir and just shows zooming in into that Hittite Mine area. There's the Red Sea coastline out there. About 35, the deposit is about 35 kilometers inland. And the Hittite represents one of the more extensively worked deposits within this part of the Eastern Desert. The map on the left is taken from Clem and Clem, that's the book on the historical workings, and basically shows a complex belt, northwest, southeast trending belt, which is a structurally complex zone of intercalated metavolcanics and metasediments, which are shown in the lighter pink colors over here, and serpentinite bodies, which are shown in green, with remnant ophiolitic metabasalt and metagabbro layers. The general trend of the belt, northwest southeast, is subparallel to the main trend of the Nubian Shield, with gold mineralization is hosted in steeply dipping quartz carbonate veins that had that same orientation, northwest southeast. And the mineralized veins have exploited the contacts basically between these elongate serpentinite bodies and the intercalated, more competent metavolcanics and metasediments. The serpentinite tends to form these elongate, boudin-like bodies, which are strongly foliated and altered to talc carbonate in places within these broad shear zones. Basically, two vein systems are recognized. They're referred to a north mine and a south mine. The difference being the north mine is probably different ages slightly. The north mine is dominated by smoky quartz veins, and the south mine by milky quartz veins. And if we just zoom in on the ground here, this is a view looking southeast on the right here, slightly oblique to the general strike that would be towards the southeast down there. The actual Hittite deposit occurs within these elevated hills, quite rugged hills, comprising serpentinite and metavolcanics and metasedimentary rocks as we've described. The actual mineralized veins occur within a 115-meter wide shear zone, where they tend to anastomose with individual veins up to 200 meters in length. In the photo, you can see the old workings here, and these open stopes developed over here, as well as numerous waste rock piles, old tailings down here, and some of the old plant infrastructure. So this was, there have been ancient workings recognized here, but a lot of those were destroyed in 1906, where this was mined again in a sort of a recent or modern, in inverted commas, sense. And according to the book by Clem and Clem, that they actually document that a large number of the old artifacts have been destroyed during that process of mining in the early 1900s. However, we still see evidence for that early mining. On the lower left here is an old millstone or grindstone out of Gabbro. That is one of the remnants of the ancient mining period. Looking a bit closer on the left, this is a subvertical vein developed along the contact between metavolcanics, with metavolcanics on the right here, and highly sheared serpentinites on the left. As we've said, both smoky quartz and multi-quartz veins occur, with the smoky quartz veins being more prevalent. It was an interesting study undertaken by Telka et al. In 1995 and published in the Annals of the Geological Survey of Egypt. These guys did a whole lot of sampling at Hittite and arrived at an average grade for the smoky quartz veins based on about 70 samples of about just over 9 grams per ton. So it's a reasonably high grade. The veins also contain pyrite and arsenopyrite, which is also to goethite in the subsurface where it's oxidized, and indications are obviously of the ancient mining activity exploited the oxide gold mineralization down to about 20 meters depth, where that transitions into sulfides. The veining and associated hydrothermal alteration we see here, the alteration being carbonate, silica, kaolinite, it sort of appears, or is a narrow half-meter halos on either side of these veins, but it is also mineralized, and the work undertaken by Telka in sampling the wall rocks arrived at an average grade of between 6 and 8 grams within the wall rock. The main vein here has been exploited to a depth from surface of about 150 meters. More recently, in between 2009 and 2013, exploration carried out by Tani Stratix Resources produced an in-house resource estimate of around 500,000 tons remaining at this deposit. And you can see just on this photo on the right here that although these veins are late in the general tectonic history of the belt, they are themselves deformed, highly sheared, and boudinaged. Moving to Sudan, having a quick look at the orogenic style gold mineralization there and some various workings. As we said previously, most of it is related to artisanal activity, with not much sort of hard rock primary gold exploitation going on. This map on the right here shows the main gold-bearing regions of Sudan. The most important one, as we've said before, up in the northeast, here in the Red Sea and River Nile states. This particular region here is underlain by the Neoproterozoic rocks of the Nubian Shield. The other important gold areas, from an artisanal point of view, are down here in South Darfur, the Nuba Mountains in South Kordofan, and North Kordofan as well. And these terrains are basically older. They're Paleoproterozoic rocks that fall outside of the Nubian Shield, but still a site of numerous occurrences and artisanal activity. And then just to point out here on the eastern side of the country, another cluster of occurrences which are associated with the mineralization in Ethiopia at Tulukapi. The lower left is from a site we visited in South Kordofan in the Nuba Mountains, and shows some extensive artisanal workings. There's one excavator here. There were another 2 in close proximity, and guys with plenty of metal detectors. And in the palm of my hand, this is the kind of stuff or gold nuggets that they were pulling out of what is essentially here an alluvial channel. So again, time and time again, you see this level of artisanal activity in parts of Sudan, but very little modern systematic exploration following up on these, and in an attempt to locate primary deposits. If we move along, that's so much for the southern part of the country. This next slide is from the northeastern part of the Red Sea Hills. As another example, the top right here shows excavator-supported mining of drainage channels, which you can see here, they're basically exploited by excavator, every single little first, second, and third order stream. So the actual method is very, very destructive. And unfortunately, a common feature you see fairly regularly throughout the Red Sea Hills. And there are many instances like this where gold is being recovered from drainage channels, but with very little knowledge of the primary sources. At the bottom right here is from more or less the same region in the Red Sea Hills, and it shows a rare example of working on a primary steeply dipping quartz vein within a narrow shear zone. What is quite interesting, I just threw in here this photo on the lower left. This is taken from a toll processing plant or facility, which is just close to Atbara, which is about there, on the River Nile. It's about 30 kilometers north of Atbara. And this toll treatment plant is about 3 to 4 square kilometers in extent. And there are just dozens of these sort of Chinese style plants, crushers and pulverizers. And you just see trucks coming in from basically all 4 corners of the Red Sea Hills, bringing mineralized material in for toll treating. And this is all really sourced from artisanal informal working. So it just gives an idea of the scale of informal activity, as we pointed out earlier, which has been largely, the artisanal activity is largely responsible for putting Sudan as in the 5th place in terms of production in Africa. I would be remiss if I didn't mention briefly, this is an aside, the Jebel here, porphyry copper gold deposit in Sudan, that's shown in this blue block here, that's the exploration permit. And this is a rare example of an older preserved Neoproterozoic magmatic hydrothermal system. And it has similarities to generally much younger porphyry systems or porphyry deposits elsewhere on the globe. Jebel here is the first confirmed deposit of this type in the Nubian Shield. And there have been several papers published on this deposit within the past few years. Where is it located? We're still in the Red Sea Hills in northeastern Sudan, within this the so-called Gebet terrain, and it's just east of the prominent Hamisana shear zone out here. The actual deposit is an extensive copper gold dominated stockwork vein system that's hosted within a multi-phase Neoproterozoic intrusive and extrusive igneous succession. The mineralization and alteration system occurs within a suite of granodiorite porphyries that are dated at 816 to 812 MA, so quite old in terms of this the Nubian Shield. And that basically is a thick sequence of andesitic, volcanic, and volcanic clastic rocks within or they intrude, I should say, a thick sequence of andesitic volcanics within this intraoceanic arc setting. The mineralized system is associated with a typical porphyry zoned alteration system, outward zoned potassic propylitic odolic alteration system. As I said, there's been quite a few papers, very interesting papers that have been written up on this deposit. And I think the existence of this indicates potential preservation of other porphyry systems in the Nubian Shield, and should also be on the exploration radar. Just in summary, some concluding points. The Arabian Nubian Shield is really a large region of extensive region of juvenile Neoproterozoic rocks that form a major accretionary origin. The shield as a whole contains the world's largest known Neoproterozoic gold endowment. As we've seen, hundreds of occurrences, but very few modern commercial scale operations. The accreted terrains, the shear zones, metamorphism, all the features we've described are really favorable for the development in terms of orogenic gold deposits. And I guess the fundamental point that I'd like to bring across is that the shield, and in particular the Nubian Shield, is very underexplored compared to equivalent orogenic gold provinces elsewhere in the world. And it is definitely one of the last Precambrian terrains yet to be fully explored. There's been very little modern systematic exploration undertaken using current technology. However, the region is opening up, not only from a gold endowment or prospectivity point of view, but also from an investment perspective, more of an open door policy from the relevant authorities. And to quote the Grass publication we referred to earlier, I think it's safe to say that this region can be regarded as a whole as the next major gold mining destination in Africa. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Mike, for that great presentation. As a reminder to all participants, you can submit questions using the Q&A button in the control bar. Attendees can see and upvote their favorite question as well. Okay, here is a question. What companies are actively exploring in the Sudan at the moment? And does the political situation present significant challenge for the immediate future?
I'm sorry, Melissa, could you just repeat the last part again, please?
Of course. And does the political situation present significant challenge for the immediate future?
Yeah, okay, as far as the current players in the region, in Sudan, there are a couple of major companies or major sort of Western companies, public companies that are operating there, such as Orca Gold. They've been there for quite a while. They have defined a resource of about 4 million ounces of gold. So that's really an advanced exploration project in its own right. Qatar Mining, over the last 10 or so years, have defined the Jebel here porphyry deposit. Those are the two significant ones that come to mind. Managem, the Moroccan company, is also there with the, I believe, with the trial mining operation. So there are a handful of companies that have gone in there seriously in the recent past. But by and large, you've seen how big the country is, it's huge. By and large, it's still very underexplored. Yeah, there's so many artisanal workings and occurrences that need to be followed up systematically using modern technology. From an Egypt perspective, these international bid rounds are really helping, with large international companies going in there at the moment, sort of as we speak, embarking on exploration programs. So I think that we're going to see in the next few years almost certainly new discoveries being made there. At the moment, as we said, Sukari is the only major commercial scale operation. I think we're going to see a lot more discoveries being made, and which will really transform this region. As far as deterrence to exploration, I mean, it is a sensitive area. Sudan, as you know, had an attempted coup 2 months ago, so that delayed things a bit, or stalled operations. We are undertaking work there as well, so it's not a difficult place to operate in. You're certainly made to feel welcome. As we said, there's new mining legislation, so there's a whole lot that's happened in the recent past that's really opening up the country to exploration.
All right, interesting answer. And there is another question. Which exploration techniques give a good return?
Which exploration techniques?
Yeah, give a good return.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part again. Sorry, Melissa.
Which exploration techniques give a good return?
I'm still not. You're referring to current or modern exploration techniques that I think what's just to I can just step back. A lot of the work that was done in Egypt and Sudan was done by Russians and the British dating back quite a long time, and there hasn't been very much done in the last few decades from a modern systematic point of view, using tools like high resolution aeromagnetic data, electromagnetic data, remote sensing, multispectral type satellite imagery interpretation, and that sort of thing. The exposure is pretty good, so that is one advantage. As you see from most of the photos, you're not dealing with tropically weathered terrain that are deeply covered with deep, thick regolith. Things are well exposed, but certainly I think the application of new techniques has been lacking, and I think that application of those techniques will result in sort of rapidly enhancing progressing our understanding of the geology, the structure, and controls in mineralization, leading to discovery of new deposits.
Okay, and our last question. Are there some similarities with the Ghana mineralization?
Are there some?
Are there some similarities with the Ghana mineralization?
Sorry, beg your pardon. In a basic sense, they are looking at predominantly orogenic gold deposits by and large. They're quartz carbonate vein hosted, typical of these kind of structurally hosted gold deposits. So in that sense, yes, they're similar. They're different ages. Ghana is Birimian, is Paleoproterozoic. These are Neoproterozoic. But from a structural control point of view and other controls like lithological, domain boundary, contacts controlling mineralization, second, third order structures creating dilational zones, which are where you can preferably concentrate mineralization. The basic principles are pretty much the same. So the same techniques can be applied in exploring for them and in understanding them. It's just that the work hasn't really been done in this part of the world, whereas in Ghana, you've had a history of exploration and mining going back over 100 years. Those belts are very well understood. The controls of mineralization are well understood. So it's kind of early days for Northeast Africa, but basically following the same processes and exploration approach.
Okay, unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions, but thank you, Mike, for that clear presentation that we just gave. And next up, we will hear from Ross Sherlock.
Thank you,
Ross
Melissa.
is a faculty member and research chair at Harcourt School of Earth Science, Laurentian University, where he is the director of the Mineral Exploration Research Center and the Metal Earth Project. Before Laurentian, Ross worked for over 30 years in the exploration industry, domestically and internationally, for senior and junior companies. At SEG, Ross has served on the Student Affairs Committee, Council for Industry, 2 terms on the editorial board, and he is currently on the publication board, and a director of the SEG Canada. Ross is currently the International Exchange Lecturer. Ross' talk today is entitled Cross-Productive Director of the Larder Lake Area, Controls on Gold Mineralization along the Cadillac Larder Lake Deformation Zone. Thanks so much for participating today, Ross. How are you?
Great, I'm very well. Thank you very much, Melissa. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share some of the work that we're doing. Just get my screen shared. Okay, are you seeing the right slide?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to do today is crustal architecture of Larder Lake and some of the gold mineralization. And to do that, I'll start off with the gold endowment of the Abitibi. I'll spend a fair bit of time on the actual geology of the Larder Lake area and of the Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone. As an example, we use the Kerr-Addison deposit to look at the geology, the alteration styles, and mineralization. We'll look at another fault system just to the south of the Larder Lake called Lincoln-Nipissing. Has very similar geology to the Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone, but much lower metal endowment. We'll look at some geophysical surveys, seismic, MT, AMT, which we use to map the crustal architecture, and how do these fault systems express themselves geophysically, and the difference between the fertile and the less fertile system. And this is all well and good. You know, we're working in an area of the Abitibi that's had over 100 years of exploration and development and research. It's an area with extremely high geoscience knowledge base. And what we want to do is develop tools that you can take this to other regions that don't have the same level of geoscience with it. And so as Mike was just talking about, can we take these things to the Nubian Shield? And can we use these for exploration targeting tools? So this is the southern Abitibi. And I put on my laser pointer. So this is the Timmins area. This is the Duster Porcupine Fault system. And then to the south, we have the Cadillac Larder Lake break, which goes from Macassa down through the Larder Lake area and then into Val-d'Or as well. And these are really fundamental mining centers in Canada and really world-class gold camps. The Duster Porcupine Fault system, that really controls or localizes almost 90 million ounces of gold. The bulk of this is within the Timmins camp. And the Cadillac Larder Lake, a little over 112 million ounces of gold. A little bit more spread out between Kirkland Lake, Arctic, Atachewon, and then including Noranda and Doyon-Bousquet and Laurent, where there's a significant component of gold-rich VMS deposits as well. So we'll talk about Larder Lake. So this is the Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone in here. Again, 112 million ounces of gold. It's an area of relatively good exposure and a significant amount of diamond drilling through exploration. And so this is the block that we'll be examining. And this little red squiggly line, so this is the transect zone that we, as we call it, for the Metal Earth project that we're working on. And so this would be the line that we're drawing cross sections across these greenstone belts and across these ancestral fault systems. So blow up here of the Larder Lake area. So this is the Cadillac Larder Lake fault system, deformation zone. And then this is the Lincoln-Nipissing fault down to the south. I'll show you in a little bit. This is very similar geological characteristics to the Cadillac Larder Lake, very similar stratigraphic framework, much different metal endowment and much different geophysical expression as well. So our transect work has come up through here and from south of Lincoln-Nipissing and then up into the upper part of the Blake River group. And along this transect, we've conducted geology, geochemistry, geochronology, as well as a very extensive seismic and MT survey, as well as gravity as well. So just off to the east here, there's a significant amount of Proterozoic cover. So the northern part of the map area is the Blake River group. Lower part of the Blake River has an age around 2704, 2701. This is the stratigraphy that hosts the VMS camps in Noranda, just off to the east. And in this area, it's predominantly mafic volcanic rocks, particularly pillowed flows, folded into a fairly open anticlinal synclinal pair. It has an unconformity at the southern boundary with a Temiskaming assemblage. And then we have a series of mafic volcanic rocks, which are unassigned at this point to any assemblage down in the Lincoln-Nipissing area. This is the Temiskaming assemblage. This is really the rock package that tends to mark the Cadillac Larder Lake, as well as the Dusty Porcupine. In light yellow here are alkalic volcanic rocks. So these are trachytic andesites for the most part. They're the extrusive equivalent of the syenites that are intruded into this area. The darker yellow in through here, these are alluvial fluvial sedimentary rocks, typically conglomerates, cross-bedded sandstones. And then these grade into more of the marine facies with finely bedded turbiditic sediments. And then in brown is where we have the marine facies of turbiditic sediments, and these grade to the south to another package of mafic or of sedimentary rocks called the Hearst assemblage. These are a little bit older, and we really don't at this stage understand where the Temiskaming transitions into the Hearst. There's a number of felsic intrusions through here. Temiskaming in age, so around 2675, 76. They tend to be fairly small volume intrusions, and they are syenitic, but they do range up in composition to quartz monzonites, to quartz feldspar porphyries. These tend to be intruded along fault systems, fold structures, and they're typically intruded into the sedimentary rocks. In dark green here is the Larder Lake group. So this is an age around 2705 MA. It's the equivalent of the Pichet group in Quebec. And this is the package of rocks that really defines the Cadillac Larder Lake break. It's a succession of mafic and ultramafic volcanic rocks. These are the rocks that are extensively altered and deformed and get main host to mineralization in this belt. These rocks also extend a little ways to the south. They're mapped differentially than the Blake River group or some of these mafic volcanics to the south, and that they have a fairly extensive component of komatiites within them. So ultramafic volcanic rocks really defined by spinifex and some polyhedral jointing as well. These are very significant for mineralization in this area. There are a number of deposits in the area, and you can see number one here is the Upper Canada and Upper Beaver. These are sitting off the Cadillac Larder Lake break, but for the most part, everything else is sitting within it, ranging from Anoki in the west up to Cur Addison in the east. And I'll focus really on this package of deposits, and so you have a series of sections through this. And these deposits are all very, very similar. They have the very same structural and stratigraphic framework, as well as having the same alteration assemblages as well. And of these deposits, Cur Addison was by far the largest, with over 11 million ounces of historic production. So this is a conceptual section through the Cadillac Larder Lake, showing the various rock types. So this is the Blake River off to the north. Again, the host rock to the Noranda series of BMS deposits has an age around 2704 to 2696. It is folded, it is intruded locally by Temiskaming age syenites, and it's unconformably overlain by Temiskaming sediments, as well as Temiskaming age trachytic andesites. And these have an age around 2679, 2669. So about 30 million years plus or minus an age difference between the Temiskaming and the Blake River. There's a panel of volcanic rocks in through here that are the Larder Lake group, the equivalent of the Pichet in Quebec, a fair bit older, 2710 to 2704. And this is the contact between the Temiskaming sediments and the Larder Lake group, which is what really defines the Cadillac Larder Lake break. So this contact in through here. And then to the south, we have some more Temiskaming sediments, a little bit of a different facies. In this case, it's more of a marine facies, where off to the north, it's more of the alluvial fluvial facies of the sediments. So this next slide is just a photograph of that contact. And you can see it's in this case, it's very strongly deformed. We have the conglomerates of the Temiskaming sedimentary rocks, which is really a myelinitic fabric, and into the iron carbonate of the Larder Lake group, which is predominantly, in this case, ultramafic volcanic rocks. And this is really a fuchsite carbonate altered assemblage. So you have this green, brilliant green fuchsite, which is a chromium mica. So it's really a chrome-rich muscovite, and it is a very distinctive assemblage. So it's really just a potassic alteration. So we look at a series of sections showing the drilling through this area, as well as the different lithologies. So this is through the old Omega mine and through here on the western side. And this is looking off to the east. So north is over here. So we have the Blake River, we have the Temiskaming assemblage, and we have the Larder Lake group. In this case, we have gold that sits throughout the Larder Lake group, and the Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone dips very clearly and fairly plainly to the south. If we go into Fernland, just off to the west, or to the east, sorry, we have a similar arrangement. We have the Blake River to the north. We have the sediments and alkalic volcanic rocks of the Temiskaming, a Larder Lake group as well. And we have gold really at the hanging wall and footwall contacts of the Larder Lake group. And the Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone dips to the south, but is starting to develop some inflections. The Chemina section through the central part here, again, very similar arrangement. It's got bounded by Temiskaming Cyanide off to the north, fairly thick package of the clastic sedimentary rocks of the Temiskaming, as well as the trachytic andesites, the Larder Lake group. And we have gold mineralization really developed at this contact, as well as within the structural hanging wall of this contact as well. And we have a southerly dipping Cadillac Larder Lake. We go to Bear Lake, which is a relatively new discovery in this belt. The same arrangement of stratigraphy. We have gold throughout the Larder Lake group, and almost a vertical to north dipping Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone. Barber Larder area, sorry, it's underneath my screen here. Barber Larder sitting off to the eastern side. Notice we don't have very much in the way of Temiskaming sedimentary rocks on the north side of it, just a small wedge. And the bulk of the mineralization sits in the structural hanging wall of this contact within the Larder Lake group, and a vertical Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone. Same thing for McGarry. We have two panels of Larder Lake group. This is actually probably a fold that's repeating. Very little Temiskaming on the north, and we do get mineralizations in both panels of rocks, really around this contact, which again, I think is probably a fold, and a vertical deformation zone. Then we at Kerr Addison, which is by far the largest of these deposits. We have the Larder Lake group, Cadillac Larder Lake deformation zone. Mineralization is really sitting in the immediate structural footwall of the deformation zone, as well as some to the south, and a northerly dipping deformation zone, which continues that way off for another 5 kilometers or so to the jurisdiction boundary. So again, if we look at a cross section, we've seen this with the Blake River, Temiskaming over top of it. We have the Cadillac Larder Lake break. So what is the nature of this contact? You know, this is repeatedly showing 112 million ounces of gold is really associated with this contact. So what can we see about the nature of this contact? And we look at areas that are relatively low strain, such as the Cheminis area, and this contact shows itself as an unconformity. We have class of ultramafic rock, mafic volcanic rock, sitting within a siliciclastic matrix. And this is a package of about 1.1 to 3 meters of thickness. This is a what we call a transition zone. And when we see bedding in it and facing directions, at that contact, it youngs away from the larger lake group. And this is what it looks like. You see, we can get the ultramafic and mafic fragments within this siliciclastic matrix. And in drill core, we have the ultramafic group. We then have the transition zone, which is the mix of ultramafic fragments, mafic fragments within the siliciclastic matrix. And then we get some really nicely bedded, finely bedded sediments, which all face away from the larger lake group. And we see this on both sides of the larger lake group, so it's facing away. So this really presents itself as an unconformity. It's locally modified by deformation. In some places, it's a myelinite zone, but in some cases, it's actually quite well preserved. And the bulk of the strain in this area is focused into the structural footwall into the larger lake group. So this unconformity over top of the Blake River, we interpret this to be wrapping around and coming back up into the larger lake group. And so the proto-Cadillac larger lake deformation zone is really the structural juxtaposition between the Blake River group and the larger lake group. And it's currently marked by the Temiskaming sediments. So we look at Kerr Addison. This is the most easterly deposit in these in the string of deposit. It was discovered in around 1906. And it was in production between 38 and 96. And again, about 11 million ounces of production at about 9 grams. So this was really a massive operation at the time, even significant in today's context. In terms of the geology, this is the footprint of the deposit right in through here. We have the Cadillac larger lake, so the contact between the larger lake group to the south and the Temiskaming sediments off to the north. The rocks are locally very well preserved. So this is Barbara Larder, just a little long strike, but you can see beautiful perlitic fracturing hyaloclastite within the mafic volcanic rocks, which are shown here in green. And then we have, of course, spinifex developed and preserved within the ultramafic volcanic rocks shown here in purple. In terms of chemistry, this is from Chemnitz and Kerr Addison, same plots, Jensen cation plots. And you can see the mafic volcanics are quite high iron tholiites, and the ultramafics are mainly komatiites to komatiitic basalts. To the north, we have the Temiskaming sediments, as well as the alkalic volcanic rocks and some of the Temiskaming age syenites that are intruding it. And this is within a folded nose of Blake River group. There's two real styles of mineralization and many subtle variations on this. And the main style of mineralization is green carbonate, which is the alteration of the ultramafic volcanic rocks into an assemblage of fuchsite, magnesite, anchorite. And then there's flow ore to the south of this, which is developed within the mafic volcanic rocks. And this tends to be an assemblage of sericite, albite, anchorite with disseminated sulfides. And there's areas in here where we have a mixed assemblage of green carbonate between the green carbonate and the flow ore. We look at a cross section through here. You can see the Cadillac larger lake deformation zone, Temiskaming sediments off to the north, the Blake River group, and then we have a series of panels of ultramafic and mafic volcanic rocks. The transition zone and through here, which is the modified unconformity. And we have a series of faults in through here, the Kerr fault, which today sits as a myelinite zone, and the Glory fault. Both of this, we think, are fundamental controls on the distribution of gold, not the Cadillac larger lake or not this contact through here. And this is the distribution of the green carbonate, distribution of the flow ore, and then we have a mix or a series of green carbonate and flow ore that's intercalated between the two of them. Structurally, we see contrasting styles in the green carbonate. This is a long section looking off to the north, so it's a long section through here. We can see the distribution of the green carbonate. It's got a very steep plunge to the north, and then we have the most significant panel of green carbonate through here, which had an average grade of about +8 grams. You can see this is the grade distribution at Robertson with depth. It had this steep easterly plunge. And if we look at the flow ore, which is again sitting in the structural footwall, so this is a long section in through here, and we have the flow ore divided into two panels. You can see the distribution of grade with depth, and the upper panel here has +8 grams, and the lower panel of +15 grams. And this has a bit of a different plunge to it. It's vertical to a very steep westerly plunge. So this is some of the work that Jorgi Tuba has been doing at Laurentian, and looking at the alteration within some of the heavily endowed sections within the Cadillac Larder Lake versus some of the less endowed sections. And at Kerr Addison, she's been able to pull apart a series of different alteration events. So there's an early seafloor alteration, which is serpentinization and possible trace minerals and relic textures in through here, really with pseudomorphic chromite, magnetite, rutile, etc. We then have an orogenic phase, which starts out as an early carbonatization, which is just the addition of CO2, sulfidization, and both of these are heavily rock buffered. And then we go into a potassic alteration with the fuchsite developed, the cerussite, as well as a significant amount of albite, and the trace elements such as arsenic, boron, antimony, and gold as well. And this is where we become fluid dominated, fluid buffered, as well as the quartz carbonate veining. And then post mineralization, we really have a lake carbonate alteration superimposed on top of all of this. Just showing some of the photos in the mineralization with the porous cores and chalcopyrite energite inclusions within some of the pyrite, some of the fuchsite, which is the potassic alteration within the ultramafic. And interesting enough, we get a significant amount of gerstorphite within this, or a nickel arsenide. So all the arsenic, or all the nickel, is getting liberated into a arsenide sulfide. And sorry, this is just showing the alteration and into the fluid dominated phase of the potassic and sodic alteration. In terms of structure and veining, we have veining that was in place during regional D2, which in this area is a south over north compression. The textural relationship between alteration and cleavage indicates that this mineralization is syn cleavage or syn D2. Carbonate tends to be early, and one of the big questions in this district is what is the relationship between this the carbonate alteration to mineralization. If you stand back at 60,000 meters and look down on the Abitibi, the main feature you see is just an enormous amount of carbonate alteration associated with these belts. It's pervasive, it's extensive along the belts, but it's not directly related to mineralization. Mineralization tends to be much more localized and is overprinting this carbonate alteration. A couple styles of mineralization. So this is the green carbonate. So again, it's an altered ultramafic rocks. We have fuchsite developed, quartz carbonate or quartz anchorite veins, as well as a significant amount of magnesite within this ground mass. The flow ore ultramafic volcanic rocks, a little bit different, quite a bit higher sulfide content. It's really pyrite with arsenian pyrite, and a significant amount of elbite, anchorite, as well as sericite is the main assemblage through here. And you can see gold is associated with pyrite, typically along the margins of the pyrite, probably remobilized out of the sulfide grains. There's quite a bit of late albitite dikes occur at us, and a couple examples of it. I cheated. This is a different outcrop, but you know, they're sitting within green carbonate or fuchsite alteration, and we get these basically pure albite dikes. We have AN0, so it's a hydrothermal albite. They're often mineralized and they're often deformed, and they typically carry 1 to 2 grams of gold associated with them. These seem to have formed or utilized the same structural regime that the hydrothermal systems did. So with that, I'm just going to bounce down to Lincoln-Nipissing. So again, we were up here on the Cadillac-Larder Lake. The Lincoln-Nipissing fault system shows a number of similarities with the Cadillac-Larder Lake in terms of its stratigraphic and structural setting. There is a really well developed unconformity, or really well preserved, I guess, unconformity that's developed between the clastic sediments of the Hearst and some ultramafic volcanic rock. This Lincoln-Nipissing fault is really marked by this ultramafic intrusion as well as volcanic rocks through here, and it juxtaposes the really nicely homoclinal facing skied volcanic rocks, which are really nicely stacked up against the Larder Lake group and the Hearst sedimentary rocks, which are very complexly folded and have a much more complex geometry. It's got a mylonitic fabric locally, a lot of carbonate alteration associated with it, an outcrop. And you can see we have quite a bit of fuchsite and quartz developed as well within these ultramafic volcanics and intrusions. A beautiful unconformity is developed. They are preserved in through here. We have polyhedral jointing within the komatiite and spinifex textures, and this grades up into fragments of komatiite with starting granitoid fragments coming up section as well. A very similar structural and stratigraphic relationship to the Cadillac-Larder Lake. It's associated with the sediments. We have an unconformity developed, and we have a significant high strain zone, mylonite zone, associated with these ultramafic rocks. There's a number of gold prospects in the Lincoln-Nipissing area. Most of them are associated with these small volume intrusions, and through here, all circled in yellow. And these intrusions have a Temiskaming age, so they're around 2675 MA as well. The intrusions and the gold prospects are typically sitting as quartz carbonate veins within the Temiskaming age intrusions. Tend to be late. It's not related to the intrusion per se. It's more of a structural competency contrast. So how are these fault systems expressed geophysically? So we have our transect line, which crosses the Lincoln-Nipissing, crosses the Cadillac-Larder Lake, and we ran large seismic surveys across here, as well as MT and AMT, which is what these circles are. This shows the seismic section, and it's looking off to the west. So we have the skied volcanics down to the south, nice northerly facing homoclinal sequence of volcanic rocks. We have the ultramafic intrusions and volcanics and the associated Lincoln-Nipissing fault system. Then complexly folded Hearst sedimentary rocks and Larder Lake group mafic and ultramafic volcanic rocks. Temiskaming assemblage in through here with clastic sedimentary rocks, the Larder Lake group, as well as the trachytic andesites. And then to the north, we have fairly open upright folds from the part of the Blake River group. This seismic section, it goes down about 33 kilometers, and you can see we divide it up just into domains of acoustic impedance. And where we start changing these domains, we're able to draw fault systems. So we can draw the Lincoln-Nipissing off to the south here, down to about 10 kilometers. Our section line doesn't go that far south, so this may not be doing justice to the Lincoln-Nipissing. But in any case, in this area, we can seem to get it down to about 10 kilometers. Cadillac-Larder Lake goes well below the resolution of our seismic. And we have the Missima Lake, Mist Lake fault system up and through here, which is really bounding areas of strong horizontal reflectors versus areas that are effectively isotropic with respect to the seismic impedance. We look at the same sections with the MT. So this is a resistivity tool. And this is a very typical pattern that we get in the Abitibi. We get a very sharp, fairly abrupt, horizontal, subhorizontal contact that's around 17 kilometers in depth. And this is really separating the greenstone belt rocks from the mid-crustal rocks. And we just blow up the area that we had within the seismic. You can see within this case, we're mapping areas of high resistivity, which are our volcanic rocks. We then have areas of with some conductivity, which in the near surface, which is really our sedimentary domains. And we have this flat conductivity contrast. Cadillac-Larder Lake break sits in through here, and we can see this as a finger of conductivity. And I think the way to really look at these sections is that we are looking at the upper crustal rocks through here, and we have fault systems, we have channelways, we have breaks within the upper fault crust, and then we have areas where we have a conductivity contrast, which is a result of either hydrothermal fluids, intrusive activity, or what have you. There's been a lot of movement along these faults. There's been a lot of material moved along these fault systems, which gives you that MT contrast. And when we look at it in some detail, we actually see that it's really got a linear geometry. It doesn't have a planar geometry. So this is a bit awkward to see it, but this is the line of our section coming up and through here. And this is a long section across it. And you can see this MT conductivity actually has a plunge. It trends around 220 and it plunges about 45 degrees off to the south and west. And then if we look at what is really controlling the distribution of our gold deposits, we have a very strong correlation between, of course, the deposits are sitting on the Cadillac-Larder Lake break. But there's strong correlation between these faults and where we have northeast trending faults, really defined mainly by geophysical features, are intersecting the Cadillac-Larder Lake break. And of course, Kerr-Addison, the largest of this, tends to be adjacent to where we have the largest northeast trending fault, which controls the distribution of some of the Huronian or Paleoproterozoic sedimentary rocks against the Archean. So we think this is a fundamental control on the distribution of the gold deposits. And then if we look at the intersection between the Cadillac-Larder Lake and these northeast trending faults, we actually get the same linear geometry. So these the lineations, and we map them in outcrop too. You can see the intersection lineations and stretching lineations in this area that are trending 220 and plunging 45 degrees. So not only is our MT showing us areas where we've had a lot of movement through deep penetrating fracture systems, it's also really reflecting the same geometry of the structural framework that we're actually seeing in outcrop, which in this case seems to be the intersection between the Cadillac-Larder Lake and some of these northeast trending fault systems. So in summary with this, you can see we have the Lincoln-Nipissing Fault, Cadillac-Larder Lake, and at the Cadillac-Larder Lake, we have very strong conductivity contrast within the structural hanging wall of it. It's a very highly endowed fault. We can map it down into the lower crust, and this MT signature suggests that it's had a lot of movement or material movement, fluid intrusions, volcanic activity along this fault system. And it's distinctly different than any of the other faults that we're able to map on this section. So the Cadillac-Larder Lake, it accounts for the main gold endowment in the Superior. It's got a variable orientation, so it has rotated around a horizontal axis. And this is probably a late movement, so we have to be very careful when we talk about kinematics. In this case, it's generally south side up, but again, this fault system either dips to the south or dips to the north. The pre-Temiskaming, the ancestral fault, was the juxtaposition of the Blake River and the Larder Lake group. The gold is associated with ultramafic and mafic volcanic rocks of the Larder Lake group. And this veining alteration mineralization is associated with a regional D2 event. Other fault systems have a similar setting, but the fertile, highly endowed faults manifest themselves geophysically as these large through-going features and that separate domains of different physical properties. And I think critically, these MT surveys show a very distinct contrast in the hanging wall of the fertile system. So you say, well, that's great, Ross, you discovered the Cadillac-Larder Lake break. You know, we're about 100 years too late for this. So what we've done is that we've gone and tried, we've seen very similar signatures throughout the Abitibi, but we haven't done any work on the Timmins camp. So this last year, we've just recently completed an MT survey across Timmins with 2 lines, which really mimic the Discover Abitibi seismic lines that was done about a decade ago or so. And it's very early days in this. We've just been getting the data and processing it, but the data quality is really quite good. And we have 2 of our postdoctoral fellows who are working on this. If we look at a couple of sections, so this is AA primed here on the western side of the Timmins camp through here. So we're looking off to the west. And you see a beautiful finger coming up through the upper crust. And so this is the Crawford deposit. It is an ultramafic associated nickel deposit that's being developed by Canadian Nickel. But the overall geometry of this is that we got a very similar, almost subhorizontal zone where we're separating highly resistive rocks from lower resistivity rocks. Again, we're mapping the base of the greenstone belt. We have these through-going fractures or fault systems or conduits for intrusive activity that are really showing up as a strong contrast here between the upper crustal rocks. We do get a little bit of a signature associated with Kidd Creek, which is one of the world's largest VMS deposits. And then if we look at the central part of the Timmins camp, again, we get the subhorizontal upper crustal rocks or highly resistive greenstones. We get a beautiful finger coming up for the Duster Porcupine fault system, as well as a fault system to the north that is controlling the distribution of the Hoyle Pond deposit, as well as Bell Creek. So this really seems to be working well in the Timmins camp, and we're getting similar results in Red Lake as well. So again, the idea is that we're not rediscovering the Timmins camp or the Duster Porcupine Fault or Cadillac-Larder Lake. These are areas that have an awful lot of framework geoscience associated with them. But can we take these tools and apply them to areas that don't have that level of geoscience? And so this is an area, I pulled up a photo of the Birimian in West Africa and Mali. But as Mike was talking about the Nubian Shield, maybe this would be an environment to run MT surveys, to be able to look for these fingers. It's definitely not something that you're going to target a single drill hole on, but it's an area that you'll be able to prioritize your exploration activities to be able to be a little bit more effective and de-risk some of your activities. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank Rose for that informative presentation. Once again, as a reminder to all participants, you can now submit questions using the Q&A button in the control bar. Please feel free to ask Ross any question that you might have. Here's our first question. So, for young geologists working in this region, what will be your key takeaways for developing new targets? What should they pay attention to?
I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm looking at the chart at the Q&A or on the chat. Sorry, Melissa, I missed that. Can you repeat it?
Yes, of course. So the first question is, for young geologists working in this region, what will be your key takeaways for developing new targets? And what should they pay attention to?
Okay, well, for young geologists, this is a wonderful spot to work. There is excellent outcrop. It's not weathered. It's beautifully preserved. It's typically a green schist to even zeolite facies for the most part, and you're working on an area of just incredible gold endowment. So it is it's a fantastic place to work as a young geologist and an old geologist too. And in terms of target development, really everything is a variation on a theme. The deposits here are really localized along these through-going structures. The Cadillac Larder Lake is 250 kilometers of strike length. And so really if young geologists go on mine tours, try to understand the geology, try to understand the stratigraphic and structural framework, and then try to apply that to the area that you're working in.
All right, thank you for that answer. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Given the different plunge and location of the green carbonate and flow ore at Key A, do you think the two ore types form at the slightly different times in the evolution of the LCDS, perhaps as the local D2 geometric kinematics shifted?
Yeah, that's a good question. Some of the work, particularly what Bruno Lafrance has done in Géminis and some of the alteration studies that Jorgi has been doing at Kerr, it's the same fluid. It's the potassic and sodic alteration that is common throughout. I think the different plunges is more of a local effect, where we have the green carbonate is really showing the local or the regional plunge. It's a relatively massive unit, whereas we get quite a bit of interbedded sediments within the mafic volcanics. And I think that's more of a reflection of the intersection between the regional structure as well as the bedding of the sediments within the mafic volcanic rocks. But it's still fairly early days on that.
Okay, thank you. Here's another question. Why are there no prospects on the Abwell zone near C, on line CC, on the Kidd Creek section?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Why are there no prospects on the Abwell zone near C, on line C to C, on the Kidd Creek sections?
Oh yeah, don't take too much out of that. I've only plotted the major mines, and it's very preliminary still, and we have yet to process a lot of the data. So it's really a preliminary section I showed you, and given that it's going through the center part of Timmins, I expect there are a number of prospects there.
Okay, let's see if there are another question. Okay, it seems that there are no more questions, but that was an amazing talk. Thank you for answering questions. And with that, we have now concluded the first half of our symposium, and we will take a recess until 2:50 Mountain Time. Please join us then, as we will hear from Julie Rowland and David Cook. See you shortly.
This, the study of exploration, of development, of the physical substances and structures of the very foundations of our planet. Incredibly beautiful, highly complex, and tremendously valuable. Interwoven ribbons, fragments, and deposits transformed by eons of pressure, heat, and movement are the visible history of our planet written out in dramatic form. Economic geology is the study of the Earth's materials used for economic or industrial applications.
In your cell phone, you have a host of minerals that make up that cell phone, the things that we use in our everyday lives.
If it's not grown, it has to be mined, and that mine has to be discovered by someone.
The geologists are some of the folks who go and find those resources.
Since 1919, the Society of Economic Geologists has been bringing together geologists, academia, and government and industry leaders for the purpose of advancing science, sharing information, and preserving the ethical and professional standards in the field of economic geology.
It's the one group worldwide of 7,000 of us who work and study ore deposits.
And it has members over 100 countries.
The Society of Economic Geologists is about community, like-minded people coming together to try to solve the problems that humans face.
So the main purpose that we have really is to support our members.
That brings together the foremost minds in the industry, along with students from all over the world, early career professionals, fellows who've been with the Society for a long time, to come together to share the work that's being done.
Having that common knowledge base and that platform to connect is very valuable.
A lot of what we do is to support the upcoming generation of geoscientists.
They are our future, and it's very important to give them the proper training and education.
They give them hands-on experience.
Field trips, workshops, research grants.
The chance to be mentored by senior people in our field.
Those experts are able to give back to the next generation of geologists.
It's paying it forward in every sense of the word.
As a part of its mission, the Society produces multiple publications, journals, and resources available to members.
Economic Geology is our main publication. It's our journal that comes out 8 times a year with leading articles on the geology of mineral deposits.
It's an absolutely essential resource because I think it puts the member interests, the interests of the science and the engineering first.
Those are collections of the knowledge and new development, a new understanding, and new tools for exploration.
The Society acts as a central hub, collaborating and fostering conversations.
Every year, SEG has a conference for researchers and explorers to come together and to exchange ideas.
It's an amazing opportunity for everyone to network, to come together, to share the work that's being done, and look forward to what's coming over the next 10 or 20 years within the industry as well.
Individuals are not islands in our industry any more than they might be elsewhere.
With thousands of members in over 90 countries worldwide, long-term relationships with industry leaders, promotion of hands-on educational opportunities for students throughout the globe, the Society of Economic Geologists stands alone as the foremost leader and advocate of economic geology on the planet, as it has been for over 100 years.
Being a member, being able to attend the conferences at a discount, you get discounts on publications, and just being part of a society that's a global network of your peers. SEG is a great bargain.
It enhances who we are as people, but also as professionals. We learn more about each other, traditions and cultures in different countries, how people do their science.
I joined SEG as a student, and it was amazing how many doors that opened.
This is a phenomenal group of people that actually have that record of writing formative scientific treatises throughout our histories.
They're really giving back to not only geology, but also the world.
You can't find this anywhere else.
gets me up every day, knowing that you're working for something that is a lot bigger than yourself.
Who are just as we have heard from two of our traveling lecturers at this point, Mike Robertson and Ross Sherlock. And coming up in the second half, we will have Julie Rowland and David Cook. But first, we have the pleasure of hearing from the SEG President, Moira Smith. Moira is the Vice President of Exploration and Geoscience for Liberty Gold Corporation and a Director of Discovery Metal Corporation, formerly Chief Geologist Nevada for Frontier Gold. Dr. Smith was instrumental in the successful advancement of Frontier Gold's Long Canyon deposit, the catalyst for a $2.3 billion sale of the company to Nubian Corporation. She recently received the Association for Mineral Exploration Colin Spence Award for Innovative Exploration for her role in the Long Canyon story. Dr. Smith has a PhD in geology from the University of Arizona and is a professional geoscientist with APGBC. She has held board on executive position with numerous industries associations and is the 2021 president of the Society of Economic Geologists. Moira, great to have you with us today.
It's great to be here today. I'm really honored to be here. This is likely the last thing that I do in public as a SEG president. And I'm honored to be in the company of this elite group of speakers who were nominated by committees of their peers to not only impart us with their wisdom, but also to be brand ambassadors for SEG. You all represent the very best of what SEG is about, namely promoting and supporting economic geologists and economic geology research around the world. I'm quite sorry that your tenure had to fall in a year when it really hasn't been possible to deliver your lectures in person. But the silver lining here is that by doing it this way in a virtual lecturer symposium, your words and wisdom are accessible to everyone around the world with the click of a mouse. I also wanted to do a quick shout out to our moderator, Melissa Rodriguez, representing the Industrial University of Santander student chapter. As some, or perhaps all of you probably know, they were the winners of the first ever vlog or virtual video field trip competition in the lead up to the SEG 100 conference. The judges were frankly blown away by the quality of submissions to this competition. So Melissa, her peers at IUS, and everyone else who submitted entries to the competition, you guys are the future of SEG, and we all genuinely look forward to more from you in the future. For me, this has been a great couple of years representing the SEG as its president-elect and president. It's been a challenging couple of years against the backdrop of COVID lockdowns and that kind of stuff. But SEG, its staff and volunteers were up to the challenge, and they shifted quickly into the virtual environment with webinars, courses, seminars, podcasts, a virtual field trip, vlog competition, partnerships like Ore Deposits Hub, and the SEG 100 hybrid conference and all the innovation that went into it. I think SEG truly rose above a sea of just okay online conference offerings And this will serve as a fantastic template for conferences going forward. Another milestone this year was making the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee a permanent committee. And I do look forward to their suggestions on how SEG can serve everyone in the geoscience community. It's also been great to see the Education and Training Committee outperform this year with Duncan Proctor at the helm, and the same question in mind as for everyone else, namely, how do we do this virtually? It's also been my great pleasure to work with the council and all the committees, the staff in Denver, with past presidents Doug Kerwin and Jean Klein, President-elect Chico Acevedo, and soon to be President-elect Stuart Simmons, eagerly waiting in the wings. And of course, our Executive Director, Brian Hull, who is the steady hand on the tiller at SEG. Over this last few years, I've had to ask a lot of people to sit on committees or contribute in other ways to SEG. And you know what? Not one of them has turned me down, including a couple of our speakers today. It's that selfless giving of your precious time toward volunteer work that is really what makes this group so amazing and so successful. So thank you. One of the highlights of my tenure this year, and more than I deserve really, was the various activities I got to participate in at SEG 100, culminating in standing on the stage with the conference chairs and all the past presidents who were in attendance, cutting the 100th anniversary birthday cake, and the passing of the torch, which was a literal torch, from the SEG 100 committee to the SEG 2022 committee. So I'll just take this opportunity to invite everyone to participate in, or at the very least attend, the SEG 2022 hybrid conference next August in Denver. So thank you, and let's get back to the speakers.
Thank you, Moira, for your words. It means a lot to us. And now we're going to move to our next speaker. We will hear from Julie Rowland. Julie currently is the Deputy Dean of Science at the University of Auckland. She is a structural geologist by training, completing her PhD at the University of Otago under the supervision of Rick Simpson. During this time, she developed an interest in tectonomagmatic hydrothermal interactions, which she has applied to understanding of geothermal and epithermal systems. Julie is a Skinner awardee and the current Trier Lindsley Traveling Director of the SEG. Julie's talk today is entitled Inherited Structures and Localization of Ore-Forming Hydrothermal System, Insight from Northern New Zealand. Hello, Julie. It's a privilege to have you with us today.
Kia ora tātou, pleasure to be here. So maybe I'll try and share my screen and we'll see how we go. How's that working?
It's working fine.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. All right. Let's get into it. It's a pleasure to be here. Real delight. I really enjoyed the last time I gave a talk for the SEG Symposium, and I thought for this one I'd change it up a little bit and focus on one of my favorite topics, which is the role of inherited structures in localizing the ore-forming hydrothermal system. And I'm going to talk about that in the context of New Zealand. So just to get into it, I'll show you this picture here, which of course is a fantastic global marine gravity map from Sandwell at Scripps Institute of Oceanography, showing you mostly the Pacific, but you can see the United States, Australia, and New Zealand tucked down there in the bottom. And I'm going to be talking about this area here, but I just want to emphasize the dynamism of the Western Pacific subduction zones, because that's where we're going to be situated for this talk. And this is a place that has back arc basins that open and shut faster than the fridge in a house full of teenage boys. It is an incredibly dynamic environment. And partly that's due to what's coming in on the downgoing slab. And this area has a history of large igneous provinces banging into subduction zones, acting as indenters and driving rapid rotation of microplates and causing all sorts of mayhem. But we're going to go to Aotearoa, New Zealand, which is really one of the simplest places you can go to look at potentially the role of inherited structures on hydrothermal systems. So for this talk, I'm just going to start off with a quick conceptual model of a hydrothermal system because I want to narrow the scope down. And then I'm going to provide an overview of the basement of New Zealand because the deep part of the brittle crust through which fluids flow exerts a profound influence on the localization of the hydrothermal systems. And in talking about the configuration of the basement, I'll touch on the structures that are relevant to the story of structural inheritance. And that'll lead to a very quick comment on the province scale controls on hydrothermal flow from the Cretaceous to recent in New Zealand of relevance to gold deposits. And then we'll jump into looking at more district scale to ask the question, what localizes upwelling plumes which could have could give insights to exploration strategies. And for that, we will look at the Topal Volcanic Zone, my favorite place, and the Hauraki Goldfield a little bit to the north of the Topal area, which is hosted in the Coromandel Volcanic Zone. And the picture below is of the Martha Pit and the Waihi district, and that's the Waihi Basin you're looking at, and you're looking out toward the west and the area of low ground in the distance that's running pretty much north-south, and that is a thing called the Hauraki Rift. It's a very enigmatic feature, which I'll talk about a little bit. And this whole area of epithermal mineralization that we're going to look at today, the epithermal environment, in this part of the world, in this Hauraki Goldfield, all the mineralization is sitting on the footwall block to the big rift-bounding fault to the Hauraki Rift. So we'll come back and we'll touch on that. So just coming in to think about the epithermal ore-forming environment and the role of the high-temperature hydrothermal plume. Now, this looks like a pretty busy picture, but I don't want you to take too much in here. I'm going to hone in on the key points. This is from Dave Rees's recent paper in the Reviews in Economic Geology, Volume 21, and it's based on a picture I put together with Stuart Simmons back in 2012. And what I want you to have a look at is this box here, which is illustrating in cross-section a conceptual model for a high temperature, and I mean more than 250 degrees Celsius, a high temperature hydrothermal system hosted in volcaniclastic terrain for the most part. And in this picture here, you've got a sort of a schematic depth going down until you meet a brittle ductile transition. There's some sort of magmatic heat source underneath this. And then above that brittle ductile transition, there will be some sort of basement here, and you can see it's offset by some faults in this schematic diagram. And that basement is generally going to be tight, partly because as you go down deeper in the crust, you lose the porosity, and you have to have secondary porosity in the form of structures to focus fluids, and also because of the presence of metamorphic or crystalline basement. And then above that, you'll have some sort of cover sequence. And in volcanoclastic environments that I'm used to, and siliciclastic environments, this will be a cover sequence which might have lavas in it, lake sediment, sedimentary basins, pyroclastic materials, and a very heterogeneous, crudely layered system. And faults will navigate that because this is going to be an environment generally dominated by extension or some sort of transtension in through here. And these faults will horsetail up to the surface. And in that top 1,000 meters is the mineralization zone. And then higher up, right at the surface, you're looking at the discharge zone. I just want to make the point that it's meteoric water that is descending into these systems right down to the brittle ductile transition that is driving these hydrothermal plumes. And they get heated And that water upwells, controlled in part by the structure to shallower levels, where if you're lucky, you might find yourself a gold deposit. And that, you can see the thermal contours here, that isotherms that Dave's put on this to kind of illustrate that idea. Now, one key point to take away is that this depth to the basement is really, I think it's really important. I'm going to show you examples from the Topol volcanic zone where the cover sequence is about 3,000 meters thick. And then I'm going to show you some examples from the Hauraki goldfield where the cover was a lot thinner. And I think one of those environments is great for geothermal energy production, and one of them is good for gold, and not both. Okay, so let's have a look at where we're going here. So now a quick romp through the New Zealand basement and its inherited structure. And here I'm just putting up a little cartoon to show you that New Zealand really is just the off-scrapings. I don't like to say this, we're just the detritus from Australia. There we are, there's Gondwana, there's a bit of Antarctica. And in the mid-Jurassic, there was an arc along this long linear boundary around the Gondwana margin with the subduction zone here, taking material that was coming in on the downgoing slab and suturing it to this backstop in here, that's the Gondwanan backstop. And most of New Zealand comprises these accretionary terrains that are long and thin and sutured onto that margin. And that gives us this first order structural architecture, these long ribbon terrains in a Mesozoic accretionary wedge. Well, by the late Jurassic, one of these, the wedge had become a little bit unstable and some underplating occurred. And this drove the formation of a long and linear terrain parallel metamorphic overprint that we call the Haast schist. And on the right-hand side, you can see a picture just showing you in color coding the sort of stripes that are relevant to the story. They've been offset by the Alpine fault and rotated into that Alpine fault shear zone. But you can see them, and if you imagine them unfolded and unsheared, you get these big long ribbons. Over here in the light brown is the median batholith, that's that arc through here, and then these terrains that were sutured onto the margin. And here we have the Haast overprint in these red stripes coming in through here, because a piece of the toe of the wedge was underplated. So about that time, or a little bit after the development of the Haast schist, a large igneous plateau came in on the subducting plate and indented into these ribbon terrains. And that's what started to drive the shearing and rotation in through here as the indenter disturbed the orientation of those ribbon terrains. And as a common feature of these large igneous provinces whacking into subduction zones, it threw the overriding plate into extension. So as I talked about the fridge door, what happened next was a collapse, if you like, of this accretionary prism on extensional structures that were the original contractional structures. So they reactivated an extension in a coaxial way. And then we had the shearing along the Alpine fault, which has ripped it all apart. Now then, more recently, up in the north, we've got a few more shenanigans happening with back arc basins opening up and another igneous, the igneous province starting to rotate in a different direction and starting to impact on the North Island. And I'll show you a little bit of that. But the main thing to take from this is that the basement terrain, the configuration in New Zealand is actually pretty simple. And the inherited structural fabrics, the most important one I want you to think about as we move through, is the one that's parallel to these basement terrains. It exerts a really important control, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. Here's the province scale picture for you. If you look at gold deposits across the country from Cretaceous to recent, here they are in gold stars. So we've got this Hauraki goldfield up here in the north. We've got the Topol volcanic zone here, which is the active epithermal environment. Up to the north, there's the Puhi district, which is an older epithermal area. And then down to the south is the Otago goldfields, which of course is orogenic. But look at the pattern of the terrain markers, these ribbon terrain markers. The red one here is that old arc. It is offset by the Alpine Fault, but there it is. And then here's the axis of the Haas schist in green, and goes up into the North Island. It hasn't been tracked further along because it hasn't been exhumed, but you have to wonder with this configuration whether in fact it does go further to the north, but is buried. Here are some other markers. This is an important one. This is the Dun Mountain ophiolite belt that was caught up in that accretionary prism, and we can track it because of its magnetic signature very well. And it's a great marker for those terrains. You can see the parallel long linear terrains. And there are the gold deposits. So as a first order control, that tectonic configuration of the ribbon terrains controls the province scale distribution of gold. And we're going to jump in and we're going to take a look at these two areas, the late Miocene epithermal gold silver deposits of the Hauraki goldfield, and then the active, first though, we'll look at the active epithermal environment of the topovolcanic zone and try and have a look at the district scale controls and whether inherited fabrics are influencing the localization of the plume. To do that, we need to think a little bit more about the tectonic context of the North Island. So I just want to work you through this picture here on the right, which is showing you the current configuration of the North Island of New Zealand with some information on it that's going to be relevant to the story. The first thing to note is that this convergent plate boundary here, where we have the Pacific plate subducting underneath the Australian plate, that re-established itself by about 25 million years ago. And it was a very busy time in the north. We had this back arc opening here in the South Fiji Basin, and then established after that was an arc that ran the entire length from New Zealand right up to Tonga. And that's called, has often been called the Colville Arc, and some people are referring to it as the Vitiaz Arc. And that lasted for about 10 million years. So that's the line of it there. And you can see in behind it, I've got these dots with white circles around them, and those are arc volcanoes related to the life of that arc. The older, the black dots here without any lines around them, they are older volcanic centers that relate to magmatism that was going on in a more complex environment prior to that time. And we're going to work from about 15 million years to present. So we're going to work from the life of this arc to what happened to get to this arc here. This is the current active arc, and it's been in place for about 2 million years. And it's represented down here by the topovolcanic zone and up here by the Kermadec arc. And if you put a line, if you split this area between these two arcs, if you split it in half, and that's called the half trough out there, if you split it in half, you've got the eastern, I've got those down around the wrong way, the western half trough on one side and the eastern half trough on the other. And there's a story to that. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. So just imagine that half trough cut in half. The arc fills up the eastern half trough, this side of it. The other thing I want you to notice on this is this big, large igneous province whacking in on the side. And that's now driving rotation of the eastern part of the North Island and extension in the back. And when it first impacted this margin, it generated this feature here, which is that Hauraki rift I was talking about. And here's the Coromandel goldfields on the uplifted side to that. If you look a little bit to the west, you see that red stripe. That's that Dun Mountain ophiolite belt. So it's showing you that that Hauraki rift is opening up roughly parallel to that first order tectonic fabric. I've also got on here the extension today through the rifting area and active volcanic area. If you go back in time, this Hikurangi Plateau impacted the plate boundary at about 10 MA. And this whole portion here in the lighter color is what's been subducted since then. At that time, this was the life of the Vitiaz Arc, or the Colville Arc, as it's sometimes called. So that was existing there. After this impacted, and it's not well known exactly when it impacted, it's after 10 MA. By about 7 MA, the upper plate responded by popping open the Hauraki rift. And then by about 5.5 MA, this arc started to jump. And it did that in its western half by undergoing spreading. And then by about 3 million years, the new arc was established in its current position. So I'll just make that point that this lateral impact of the plateau, this large igneous province, drives the extension in the overriding plate, and it's driven this lateral arc migration. And that's our heat and mass transfer charging across the overriding plate. And you can see that in the distribution of the non-silicic arc volcanism and the silicic calderas. So if you have a zoom in here on the North Island, here's the topovolcanic zone here. And all these red triangles, the upside down ones are ones dated from drill holes. All of these are less than 2 million years old, arc volcanoes. And then I've color coded back in time to about 16 million years in the blue. And you can see that there are stripes of color coming this way, tracking the heat and mass transfer associated with the non-silicic arc volcanoes. And there are some big centers recognized even off the west coast of the North Island. Again, here you can see the Hauraki Rift in through here. And you can also see another major structure in through here, the Taranaki Fault, which is a key feature that parallels those terrain boundaries. If you take a look at this image on the right, that's a residual gravity map, thanks to Vaughan Stagpool from GNS Science. And on top of that, Colin Wilson and I have plotted where the recorded positions of silicic calderas going right back into the Coromandel, again color-coded, blue's the oldest, coming down with time to the current position. This one here is active in Topol, and Okatina is active as well. And again, you can see that residual gravity low in through here along the Hauraki Rift, but also these big holes in the crust, which are coinciding with some of this area of rifting and caldera development in the Coromandel. So that's the heat and mass transfer with the volcanoes associated with this laterally moving arc. But also, of course, we've got the hydrothermal systems, because where you have heat and you have meteoric recharge, you have hydrothermal systems. And so on this picture, I'm showing you the picture from 16 million years to present of the mineralizing environments, the active environments in the topovolcanic zone, the active geothermal fields, and they're scaled according to the heat output, and also the epithermal deposits scaled according to the tonnage of gold taken at the time this figure was drawn. And on top of these, you can see the prevailing or predominant vein orientation, and these are vein-style deposits, and again, color-coded with age. So the question is, why are these deposits where they are? And what they are really representing is the upwelling geothermal plume, the upwelling hydrothermal system. So one of the questions I have is why do hydrothermal systems end up getting fixed, often for quite long times, in a particular place in the crust? And this is where I think inherited structures are relevant. So if you take a look, I'll just jump back to this one. I'm just going to capture the evolution here of these environments in time and in space, and in relation to the volcanism. So you can see that time-space relationship. So going from the top of the Coromandel through time, the oldest volcanoes, and there's a porphyry-style mineralization up there reflecting the uplifted part of the Coromandel there, coming down in time on the vertical axis, and horizontal distance on the x-axis. And you can see that we're going from old, and as we go towards the eastern margin of the topovolcanic zone, there's steady tracking with time of the arc volcanoes matched by gold mineralization. And then you get a jump around about the 2 million year mark into the current arc, which is the topovolcanic zone shown here. And I'm also putting on here the volcanoes. We've got the red being the basaltic centers. We've got the pink being the silicic or rhyolitic centers, and then of course the triangles being the andesitic arc volcanoes. So steady progress with the of the arc across the North Island, followed by with arc volcanism, followed by silicic volcanism, and then gold mineralization throughout. But on top, I'm showing you the key tectonic features that occurred. at about 10 million years ago, we have the Hittite Plateau, large igneous province, impacting the plate margin. Afterwards, that overriding plate is thrown into extension, and it opens up partly on the Hauraki Rift, and that's an inherited, weak, pre-existing structure which pops open. It's so unfavorably oriented to develop as a rift that it has to have a weak and inherited control to allow it to open. So that opens up. But then the extension focuses back on the arc where the thermal heating is presumably creates a weak zone, and the western half trough races open really fast. And then we end up a couple of million years later with the eastern half trough and the topovolcanic zone set in position. And of course, the biggest punch of gold that has come into the system that we know about is right at that junction when the Hauraki Rift opens up, which is rather interesting. So the Hauraki Rift is a player as an inherited structure. It's a player in this system. So if we then jump down to the district scale and we say, well, okay, what structural contexts localize these hydrothermal plumes? I like to go back and show people this picture by Lutudu from 1999 of a couple of sketches from the Kenya Rift. And on the left-hand side here is a cartoon where he's illustrating what he sees in the East African rift system. Now the East African rift system is a very, very long rift. It's much, much, much longer than the thickness of the layer that is breaking. And as a consequence, when it rifts, it breaks up into rift segments. And this is what he's showing. And he's showing you where these rift segment boundaries are. And you can pick them up by perturbations in the fabric of the rift segments. So you can see the perturbations in the faults. And the interesting thing that he did was he correlated these segment boundaries in the rift system with structures that were in the deeper basement based on their projecting these features from the plateau margins into the rift. And that gives him this picture here. So he zoomed in a little bit and you can see these rift segments in here with this extending East African rift system. And you can see where some of those things perturb, the faults perturb or they stop. And this is where these inherited fabrics that he can track from the side, from the plateaus, cross the rift. And they're coinciding with these perturbations. And what is even more interesting is that it is those junctions, it is those corners between the rift and these transfer zones or accommodation zones, if you like, that are rooted onto basement structures. It is those corners that are localizing hydrothermal fluid flow. These are hydrothermal systems that is mapped out. So it's the tectonic corners that is an important control. If you come into the topovolcanic zone and the Coromandel area, so taking a look at the North Island overriding plate to the subduction zone, then I want to remind you that this is a very long, narrow rift system. And that rift is really the rifting of this Vitiaz-Colville arc, and it was starting to fall apart at about 16 million years, but it really got cracking from about 6 million years when the arc jumped across to its current position. So the continental crust of the North Island is accommodating that extension. And the accommodation of that extension is via a segmented system of faults. And these faults are segmenting where we have these inherited structures. So if you look at the more complex picture on the right, and again as markers, I'm showing you the basement orientation. This is this junction magnetic anomaly. Here's that Hauraki Rift, the border that is parallel to these basement terrains, Coromandel system, the topovolcanic zone. All the red lines are active faults today. And again, there's a system of faults out through here, the North Island fault system, that's parallel to these features, these first order features, overprinted by northeast trending faults in all these dashed lines that are parallel to the current orientation and the orientation for the last 15 million years of the convergent subduction margin. So the prevailing tectonic fabric today. And this is the inherited fabric. And because that inherited fabric was rotated in towards the alpine fault, you can see it changes orientation. So the behavior the inherited fabric has with the modern system will change a little bit depending on where you are in the North Island. There are some ages on these faults, these extensional faults, that show you how they've developed through time. And I guess you can see in through here some of these faults. You can see these old ones that are not considered active today. You can see lots of them parallel to that old fabric. So we're going to start by having a quick look at this image for a little close up from here, because it shows the interaction of those deep-seated old inherited structures with the younger extensional modern tectonic fabric. And then we'll jump into the topal volcanic zone and have a look at a couple of examples from there, and then have a look at the Hauraki gold fields to look at some examples from there. So first, starting on the Western platform, this is a lovely suite of images from a paper by Jeber et al., one of my favorite papers, and it's based on his interpretation and backstripping of the structure out of a whole pile of seismic reflection data collected for the oil industry. And what you can see when you look at his data is that he's mapped this old first order structure at depth that's shown in grey because it's much deeper in the plan view. So this is a plan view image. So that's the deep inherited architecture. And then on top of it, we're getting these younger faults developing and splaying off this deep structure as wing cracks. And you can see that very nicely in these cross sections. So here's C, B, A, C, B, A. And you can see in a deeper in the section, this is this old structure, and it splays up in places and forms these younger fault arrays. And when you look at these, you know, it's really easy when you look at a picture like this to think that the strike goes on and on and on in the same direction. It doesn't. At depth, the strike is parallel to this grey old inherited beast. And as you come up section, these younger structures are wing cracks swinging into the prevailing orientation in the northeast direction. I love this setup because the greatest depth penetration in the system is at these corners. That's where you get the greatest depth if the structures are focusing fluid flow, which is why I think they're great places to look for mineralization. So if you jump into the topal volcanic zone and take a look at these old pictures of mine from a few years ago, this one on the right with Stuart Simmons and the little one on the left I'll talk about in a minute. When I was a young PhD student, I started looking at the distribution of faults through the topal volcanic zone. And the first thing I did was map them out using aerial photographs because they show up beautifully in the landscape. And I looked at the facing directions of the faults. And from that, I could work out that there were these different little rift segments along the topal volcanic zone. And it really surprised me when I looked at them that I realized there were perturbations in the fabric. So there's a perturbation through here, a swing. These faults here in black, they sort of stop in through here. They're a bit offset through here. And so I was starting to pick up rift segmentation in the topal volcanic zone. The next thing I did was underlay this map with this resistivity data. And it just about blew me away. I couldn't believe it. So I lined it up, put it underneath, and these orange zones here, the geothermal areas delimited by very low resistivity. And I couldn't believe that I had these alignments going across the rift in exactly the places I had these rift boundaries, these segment boundaries. It was astonishing. Yes, there's a whole pile of geothermal activity coming through here, and I haven't got time to go into all of that, but this was interesting. And then on top of that, I overlaid these silicic vents defined by Colin Wilson over the last 61,000 years. So volcanic magma exploiting these same structural features that I'm thinking the hydrothermal systems are exploiting. So there we have some parallel to the rift and also some crossing the rift on these structures. Well, Jeff Hedenquist had done some work with Wan Tian Feng some years ago, and he'd looked at the basement structures on the outside, on the periphery of the topal volcanic zone, and tracked them across. And I hadn't seen this paper until after I'd kind of started to put these pictures together. And then I overlaid his image of where he was picking some of these basement structures and inferring them to go underneath the topovolcanic zone. And the coincidence was amazing. So I was super excited as a young student. In the intervening years, I think I'd rotate these a little bit into alignment with some of the aeromagnetic data that shows some of these features actually track back to the Hauraki Rift. So the other important point here is that you don't see these cross structures at the surface very easily, because that 3,000 meter thickness of cover material in the topovolcanic zone masks all of the structural information from the basement. It's so hard to see, but you can infer it based on perturbations in the rift fabric. And I just think that's super exciting, and it's an interesting tool for exploration as well. Anyway, these cross structures are what I would call hard linked at depth and soft linked in the surface. I'll just show you where I'm going to zoom in here. I want to have a look at this little example here. Here's one of the big faults in the topovolcanic zone, runs down here. And there are two geothermal systems, Oraki Karako and the Paeroa. On the Paeroa fault, we've got the Tikopia hot springs. And they're right at the southern end of this big fault through here. And they occur at one of these segment boundaries. Now, there's some other stories going on here with calderas, but we'll have to save that one for another day. So let's go and have a look at these two. So here we have Tikopia hot springs, which is located on the Paeroa fault. So I'm showing that in black through here. And then we've got Oraki Karako down here. And this is the Waikato River, and it is picking out the alignment of one of those Hauraki Rift faults, tracking through and intercepting the topovolcanic zone. So one of those basement inherited structures, that's picking that structure out. You've got the Paeroa fault coming through here, and then you've got this other structure called the Tueta fault, which is also, both of these are dipping to the northwest, and that structure continues across the other side of the river to the Whakahiki fault. And the location of Oraki Karako is in the relay zone between these two structures. They are trying to link up across that zone, and that is where Oraki Karako is. Tikopia is on the very tip of that big Paeroa fault, and you're getting stretching along strike, as well as just coming into that relay zone. And in fact, you can track hydrothermal alteration between these two, so there was some connection with them. So it's an interesting one, and we'll take a quick look at these. So here's the picture looking from the southwest to the northeast along the Paeroa fault, and that's about a 500 meter offset from the top to the valley floor there at its peak. And here's the Tikopia hot springs, mostly contained within the footwall. At shallow depths in the TVZ, these faults are behaving as baffles. There's not much fluid manifestation on the hanging wall. If you come, there's the Tueta fault there coming through, and the linkage is happening just off the picture to the south. If you go a little bit to the southwest, you'll see the Oraki Karako hot springs in this area here, and they are offset by these small scale faults. And if you look at the hot pools on either side of these faults, that's about 5 meters height there. Here's a hot spring here. You'll find some at the top, and these faults are acting as partial barriers. So in this really porous sand pit that makes up the cover of the topovolcanic zone, these faults want to behave as baffles. They're compartmentalizing the reservoir. But at depth, we know, because these are located in this relay, that the structural control in the basement is having an influence on the localization of the systems as a whole. I put this picture together with Rick Simpson back in 2004, and it's just a sketch, really a cartoon, to show that concept of rift segment, and an intervening accommodation zone. And it set out to illustrate where vertical permeability is enhanced and where horizontal permeability is enhanced. And in a rift system with accommodation zones, there are many factors that create and enhance vertical permeability in that location of the accommodation zone. In the topovolcanic zone, as I said, these accommodation zones aren't well connected structurally at the surface, but at depth, we can pick out with aeromagnetic data and also with looking at some of the morphology of these fault systems that they are on top of these hard linked inherited structures at the base, in the basement. Now, I want to make one other point about these accommodation zones. You can imagine in a system like this, where you've got these offset rift segments, you're going to develop basins where the rift segments are, but you're not necessarily developing as bigger basins over the accommodation zones. In fact, the accommodation zones are going to be basement highs. And if you're interested in finding places where you've got good structural control on a hydrothermal fluid flow, then that basement control is quite good if you're wanting vein style deposits. So the other thing accommodation zones have got going for them is that they're likely to be accommodation highs. If we now jump up to the Hauraki goldfields in the Coromandel, and I'll just touch briefly on some of these. So we've shot up here, and remember I said that all of the epithermal systems that we know about are on the footwall to this big linked fault system that bounds the Hauraki Rift. And you can see them all here again, color-coded and shown for scale as where the big ones are. And in this image here, we're just showing the geology. And all I really want to point out here is that you actually do see basement in the Coromandel. It's exposed in the north, and the cover gradually increases to the south, but it's nowhere near as thick as in the Topal volcanic zone. And on this map, we see faults that we've got mapped. You can see vein orientations and some of the positions of those calderas. An ex-student of mine, Engida Bahiro, had a look at the aeromagnetic data in this area, and he pulled this map together for me, picking out some of the deep-seated structures he could interpret in the aeromag. And you can see some features associated with these in the near-surface geology as well. So on this map, you've got the gold deposits shown through here, scaled for size. This is the big Waihi Martha deposit through here. I'll also talk about the Karangahaki deposit here and the Thames deposit. But look at these features that are coming through and cutting across. Yes, there are the northeast trends that you would expect given the orientation of the arc, but the larger deposits are occurring on these corners, and it's Waihi, Golden Crosses here, Karangahaki here, and we'll have a look at Thames. Starting first with Karangahaki. So this picture here is sketched based on Tony Christie's work showing areas of hydrothermal alteration mapped out across the Coromandel Peninsula, again that northeast fabric, and then these northwest strikes as well. Here's Karangahaki, a quick sketch of Karangahaki by a master student of mine, Marina Schofield, showing you these fault patterns, and they're perturbed. They've got these strange kinks in them. And I just want to draw your attention back to two things. We're on the margin of the Hauraki Rift. And if you have a look at that picture I showed you from the western platform, here you can see that deep-seated basement structure, and you can see these sort of wing cracks and perturbations as you come up section. So I think this is a nice example of potentially inherited fabrics having an influence on the localization and the structural patterns in this system. If you go to the Thames district, which is a bonanza deposit, and that's here on another interesting tectonic corner between rift structures and some sort of inherited fabric in the basement, and you look at the vein maps through here, much shorter vein systems in through here, and lots of perturbed orientations. And in fact, when you go through all of these old workings, you can see that both of these orientations have been active simultaneously. This is very shared out. So sensing the deformation associated with Hauraki rifting, as well as rifting parallel to the arc boundary. And then if we finish in here on the Waihi area, because how can we not? And this is a picture here of the Waihi Basin showing you in a dashed line the magnetic signature of the Waihi area. And over here we've got the Martha Pit in through here with the mapped vein array from there, and then the Favona Mine deposit in through here. And just so you can remind you where it is, on this picture down below, here's Martha here. So it's a little bit enigmatic because it's not completely lined up with that cross structure. but and it is on what's inferred to be a large caldera. But nonetheless, if you have a look at it, there are some interesting patterns to it. I just want to show you how it looks compared to the fault pattern at Te Kopia and Orake Karako. Now, I'm not suggesting that there's a great big normal fault running through this area that hasn't been found, because I think we would have found it if it was there. But I'm just showing you this for scale. So here's the outline of the Te Kopia area for dimension. And here's the outline for Orake Karako and the vein, fault pattern in through there. If we put Martha on top, that's what it would look like sitting in there. So not dissimilar in terms of these sorts of structural spacings and scale. There's a piece of work I've started and I haven't completed it, and I'm looking for a student to pick it up because my postdoc got a job and couldn't complete this work. But what we started to do was do some numerical modeling of what would happen if we started with pre-inherited structures that were at high angle to the active extension direction today, and let the crust grow through developing more basin fill, and just stretch and see what would happen. And what we found, of course, is that you can generate these wing cracks. And the interesting thing is that if you then put a dip on these controlling structures, you can completely change the distribution of that deformation at surface. So if you think that increased structural deformation might relate to focusing of fluid flow, there's the potential that you could create quite interesting structural patterns just by starting to trigger activity on structures at high angle within the basin. So to summarize, and I'll come back to this figure here from Dave Rees, I think structural control of fluid flow at depth, so here I'm talking about at those basement levels, pin the plume in position. So they are what are localizing the geothermal area that ultimately would be where you'd be exploring for your gold. And I think the most favorable places for well-connected vertical fluid flow over the maximum depth possible in a crust and potentially linking into the ductile mid-crust are these tectonic corners where pre-existing deep-seated structures with shear zones that extend into the ductile regime get reactivated and can entrain not just hydrothermal fluids, which might be pregnant with metals, but also magmas and influence the location of the magmatic systems. In rift systems, these tectonic corners are defined by the intersection between accommodation zones and rift segments. And the accommodation zones themselves, because Mother Nature is inherently lazy, root themselves onto these inherited fabrics. And the last point, these accommodation zones, of course, tend to be basement highs. So coming back to this picture here, when you look at it and you just think, oh, there's a fault that's coming up and horsetailing up, and here's where you're getting the mineralization. It's important to remember that these faults at depth may have a different orientation to the faults at the surface. The strain may be partitioning up section, depending on whether you've got inherited faults focusing the deformation at depth. And this could be particularly so in the vicinity of those accommodation zones. And again, just to repeat that point, this depth to the basement seems to be very important. In the topo volcanic zone, a deep cover sequence is great for geothermal energy supply. In the Coromandel, this would have been a shallower basement contact and potential for better transfer of structural permeability through into the cover sequences. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks so much, Julie. That was an excellent presentation. Once again, as a reminder to all participants, you can now submit your questions using the Q&A button. Please feel free to ask Julie any questions that you may have, especially after their superb talk. Now we're going to read the questions in the box. So the first one is the tectonic geological evolution of taupo-volcanic zone was presented, but so far there is no gold deposits. Then you describe epithermal gold deposits in Coromandel Peninsula. What are the differences in geologic tectonic evolution between taupo-volcanic zone and Coromandel Peninsula?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I've touched on some of it, but not all of it. Duncan Proctor said he wants to answer this question live, so shall we let him? Or maybe he just made the comment. Maybe I'll add some extra stuff to this. Okay, so the Coromandel has had gold deposits happening over the last 16 million years through to about 3 million years ago. So clearly the fluids are carrying gold, but and the fluids are carrying gold in the topovolcanic zone as well. And we know that because of the work that Stuart Simmons and Kevin Brown have done with deep sampling of the geothermal fluid. It's not trapping it. And remember, the topovolcanic zone is dominated in its top 3,000 meters by really what is an poorly consolidated, weak, heterogeneous bathtub filled up with rubble. And it acts like a sponge. And although there are layers that are more competent and can fracture nicely, to get a vein-style epithermal deposit would require a lot of ground preparation. Now, arguably, that might be the case in some places, and we might not have just found the gold yet. There may well be vein-style deposits there. Maybe there's something like a round mountain there, which is much more distributed fluid flow. But on the other hand, we've drilled a few holes now in there and we haven't found it. So I don't think it's as conducive. It's not that the gold's not coming through the system, but it's difficult to trap it, too distributed. The other point I'd make is that you notice we really had an excellent ore-forming environment at about the time the Hauraki Rift opened. And now, at that time, that would have been a major increase in structural permeability through the system. Plus, it's just a million years or two after the Hikurangi Plateau impacted the plate margin. So there could be a story in additional fluid flux coming through the system because of the impact of that plateau, its seamounts, its additional sedimentary material, fluidizing the mantle wedge more. So there are a couple of options in there.
Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, thank you for that answer. Here I have another question. What is the actual source of the gold? And is there a correlation of the deposit size and grade with host rock types?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in terms of the source of the gold, again, I'll come back to Stuart Simmons' work. You can actually raid the gold from the metasedimentary basement rocks just by sweeping hot water through the system. But these hydrothermal systems are tapping magmatic fluids as well. So there's always the potential for that magmatic influx into them. And we know that because of the isotope work in the topovolcanic zone demonstrates that there is mostly a meteoric component to the fluids, but there is a magmatic component as well. So the source would be, potentially could be all host rock, but one would expect there to be an input from the magmatic fluids. Can you correlate the deposit size and grade with host rock types? Well, some people have tried to do that in the past, and it seemed to work quite well in the Coromandel. So people thought for a long time that the andesites were a much better host than the rhyolites. Well, there is a deposit that is getting developed called Wharekiro Ponga in rhyolite, and it is looking spectacular. So I'm not sure that's true.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next question.
Oh, Stuart, what's he got to say? Can you clarify the lifespan of the Coromandel vein systems versus the lifespan of hydrothermal activity? Well, I can't in sufficient detail. And maybe you've got some insight into this, Stuart, I'd be interested to hear. The veins have been dated. Jeff Mork did a lot of work and Tony Christie on dating veins in the Coromandel based on based on Adularia. And, we've just got spot ages. So I'm not sure of the length of time, but I can say that the transient opening of structures that create high flux. Oh, well, you can answer that because you've worked it out on back of the envelope. It doesn't take long based on the fluid flux coming through something like Rotokawa. I think you had 50,000 years or less, you could generate a 10-ton gold deposit. So I presume that would be similar for something like the Coromandel. But did you have insights, Stuart?
Okay. Thank you. Let me see if there are more questions.
So structurally, what is the control? Well, it's a trade-off between permeability creation and permeability destruction. I think the great thing about, when I was talking about these inherited structures, they do give a longevity to a geothermal system in terms of permeability creation. So the hydrothermal fluids are constantly wanting to deposit material and block up permeable pathways. But at the same time, there's a feedback between the fluid pressure and tectonism such that those systems will keep popping open all the time, snap, crackle, pop, to maintain the permeability. But every now and then, you could have a major fault that's focused on one of these big structures that will pop open the system as well. I'm not sure if I'm getting at what you were after there, Stuart, but you could chip in if you want. No, I'm not sure that TVZ systems will not form a deposit. There's a question there that says, are you pretty sure the TVZ systems will not form a deposit? Well, Haukuri is a weak start. Well, Haukuri is a start. I think it remains to be seen.
Okay, I think there are no more questions right now in the control bar. Okay, we are all pleased with your topic for today's lecture. Thank you again, Julie.
Pleasure.
And lastly, but certainly not least, we have our final presentation today, being given by David Cook. David is the director of the Center for Ore Deposit and Earth Science at the University of Tasmania. His research team have been investigating porphyry systems for over 3 decades, investigating genetic aspects, characterizing deposits, and developing innovative new geochemical and geologic exploration tools to aid discovery. David is an associate editor for economic geology and was a recipient of the Harold Forrester King Medal from the Australian Academy of Science and the Society of Economic Geology Silver Medal in 2013, and Taya Lindsay Visidian Lecturer Award in 2005. He is currently SEG Distinguished Lecturer for 2021. David's talk is entitled New Advances in Geochemical Exploration, Detecting the Several Batchian Geochemical Footprints of Porphyry, Copper and Gold Deposits using Mineral Exploration. Great to have you with us today, David. Welcome. I can't hear you. You're on mute.
You can hear me now.
Yeah, now, yes.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Appreciate the kind words and thank you for chairing the session. Thank you to the SEG for the opportunity to participate in today's session, and thank you all for joining us wherever you are in the world. What I hope to present to you over the course of this lecture is some information about a new approach to geochemical exploration for porphyry, copper, gold, and molybdenum deposits using mineral chemistry. And this is a compilation of research outcomes that have come from a research program that has been operating at the University of Tasmania in collaborations at Lakehead University, Imperial College London and Natural History Museum, Colorado School of Mines, Monash University and Universidad de Austral over the past 17 years. So I am presenting information to you that's been generated by a large team of research scientists and students. The reason we've been conducting research into geochemical footprints of porphyry deposits is really driven by economical imperative. Our society has got to produce about as much copper again in the next 20 years as it's produced over the entire recorded history of human civilization. So for economic geologists, this is great news. We are going to be a key platform in the world's transition towards a renewable energy solution to what's considered the climate crisis. Our challenge is, how do we find these new copper resources over the next 20 years? And that, unfortunately, means we're going to be looking more and more undercover to make discoveries. We're already moving into this transitional phase from discoveries that are cropping out at surface. They still occur, but they're rare, to discoveries that are partially buried undercover, to deposits that are fully undercover. And with copper being such a critical part of society's future, we're going to be looking for porphyry deposits as the world's major resource of this particular metal. What we're looking at here is the wall of the Cadia Hill open pit in the Molong Belt of Eastern Australia. This is an ore division porphyry copper gold deposit, and it is overlain by Silurian rocks, Silurian marine sediments. And that's what this area in purple is highlighting. And these rocks, that's sufficient to completely obscure the presence of this deposit from mineral explorers. The Cadia district was originally recognised as containing copper and gold in the 1850s, but it wasn't until the 1990s that the porphyry potential of the district was recognised and 4 porphyry deposits were discovered in 4 years. No mineral explorer wants to be exploring in an area that contains giant deposits such as Cadia East and miss out on making the discovery. So how can we detect the signs that these porphyry deposits were present when they are partly or completely obscured by cover? To think about how we do that, we have to have some concept of the porphyry mineral system and understand critical elements of that system. So porphyry deposits are intimately related with hydrous oxidized intrusions that are forming in arc-related environments typically. They form above an active subduction zone or in a post-collisional environment after subduction has ceased. We need a metasomatized mantle wedge so we can generate an oxidized and hydrous magma that is capable of transporting metals together with sulfur from the zone of partial melting to storage chambers in the mid-crust and ultimately releasing it into shallow multi-phase intrusive complexes in the shallow crust. The rocks generate a porphyritic texture in that shallow crustal environment due to the fluid release from the intrusions and the catastrophic decompression that accompanies fracturing of the intrusive phase as it releases its volatiles. So in the core of a porphyry deposit, we expect to find a classic quartz sulfide vein stockwork in and around the apex of the intrusive complex. So in this region here. And then we will see alteration assemblages, both associated with the ore zone, commonly potassic alteration, and surrounded by distal barren alteration. At deep levels, it is propylitic, or what we call green rock alteration colloquially. There is also later stage hydrothermal activity that causes overprinting of different alteration types, intermediate argillic or chlorite sericite, phyllic or sericitic, and the advanced argillic and silicic assemblages that can make up a lithocap. The distribution of these different alteration types varies from deposit to deposit based on the local geological environment, the intrusive history, the structural architecture, the timing and duration of hydrothermal events, All of these come together to make a complex array of alteration zonation patterns. So potassic to propylitic is zonation, and alteration overprinting and telescoping. So these phyllic and advanced argillic assemblages are being overprinted onto and telescoped into the early formed alteration. The metal zoning patterns that we see relate to temperature, to pH, and to redox. So the core of a porphyry deposit is typified by high temperature pathfinder elements such as the ores, copper, gold, molybdenum, but also phases such as tin and tungsten. These are elements that need high temperatures and don't migrate far away from the intrusion. And then we see distal pathfinder elements such as lead, zinc, silver, arsenic, antimony that may extend for kilometres laterally away and vertically above the mineralised porphyry centre. So with all of that in mind, if you're going exploring for a porphyry deposit, you really need to be able to navigate through the different types of alteration to modify your exploration strategy according to the local protoliths, which affect the alteration assemblages, and to think about the scale of the system, to get the scale perspective and think about how big your system might be when exploring in a district that may contain a porphyry deposit. So what are our conventional tools we use to discover porphyry deposits? Here is a Google Earth image of the southwestern corner of the island of Sumbawa. You are looking at a giant porphyry copper gold deposit, Bada Hijau, and we'll come back to Bada Hijau later in the talk. But right now, what I want to draw your attention to is this is the ore deposit in the open pit. This is mine-related infrastructure, waste rock piles and the like. And you can see we're in a jungle on the equator. Bada Hijau is deeply eroded, and so we can use aeromagnetics to directly detect this deposit because it has biotite magnetite alteration in its core. So if you are really lucky, aeromagnetics can be a direct detection tool for porphyry deposits. There's our bullseye anomaly, a secondary anomaly associated with magnetite-bearing skarn on the southwest side of the deposit. Porphyry deposits typically have a core of copper sulfide surrounded by a pyrite halo. And IP is very good at detecting porphyry pyrite halos. You can see here Bada Hijau has a lovely chargeability high as a ring around the deposit, and that is caused by the pyrite halo to the Bada Hijau system. So we see we're getting a footprint in geophysics 1 to 2 kilometres out from the deposit centre. Bada Hijau is interesting and it also has a chargeability high in the core of the deposit that's caused by the chalcopyrite with the magnetite. That's not typical of porphyry systems. If we go with rock chip sampling and use geochemistry, the rock chip geochemistry works really effectively to a similar distance out as the IP anomaly because the rock chip geochemistry is strongly influenced by the presence of sulfides. So when pyrite is present in the rock, you will get a really excellent geochemical anomaly, and you can look at the variation from distal to proximal pathfinders and navigate into the deposit centre. So we could take this rock, crush it up, it's got a bit of pyrite in it, we're going to get a good geochemical anomaly and vector towards ore. Our research program has been trying to unpack the geochemical signatures buried within the individual minerals of these rocks. So we're looking for hypergene geochemical dispersion halos that are encapsulated in specific alteration minerals. And by analysing the mineral rather than the bulk rock, we've shown repeatedly that you can extend the geochemical footprint's detection radius up to, in big systems, 5 or even 10 kilometres out from the deposit centre, significantly expanding this geochemical search radius for these deposits. So we're going to be talking today about exploring in the green rock environment. So in this deeper erosional level on this cross-section, where we're getting propylitic halos around a potassic core. We're not exploring the lithocap environment above the porphyry where the advanced argillic assemblage occurs. In this schematic cartoon, what I'm showing is the composite porphyry stock surrounded by the mineralized ore zone, which is the copper gold or copper moly ore shell, both within the intrusion and adjacent wall rocks. The pyrite halo to the deposit is shown in this stipple pattern through here. And we can see different domains of propylitic alteration. And in a domain where actinolite is present, it's a higher temperature mineral, forms above 350 degrees. If you map the actinolite distribution, it's a near miss indicator. Then we have an epidote chlorite calcite zone, where epidote is the diagnostic mineral. It turns the rocks bright green. You can see here epidote replacing K feldspar in the Collahuasi district of Chile. And that extends a considerable distance away from the deposit. The bigger the deposit, the bigger the epidote footprint. And further out from that, we get really subtle alteration of chlorite, calcite, maybe prehnite and zeolites if we're in basaltic rocks. And it's really hard to tell if you're in a porphyry system or if you're in background sort of diagenetic alteration or a metamorphic assemblage. So the further away you get from these deposits, the subtler the footprint. And Rio Tinto have adopted a green rock exploration approach. And this is a slide Paul Agnew put together. So he's taken that cartoon and he said, well, really the green rock epidote footprint goes out further in the big system, 6 kilometres or so. So what happens when this is eroded down to that potassic propylitic level, and we think about it in 3D as a halo around the intrusion, but then we cover it under post-mineral cover, and we've got a little bit of epidote chloride alteration cropping out on the side of this mountain range, away from this little graben infilmed by younger sediments. Can we use this alteration that is, 2 to 6 kilometres away from the buried ore zone? Can we use that to guide us towards making this discovery? So this is exploration under partial cover, not completely buried. We've got the distal footprint exposed. And this is now looking at that again, there's our distal exposure. If we went sampling along this range and we picked up epidote bearing rocks, can we get a fertile signature in things like epidote and chlorite that let us target where that porphyry is and with early phase drilling, make the discovery? So I will try to walk you through how we think this can be done through today's presentation. Our research program has been going on since 2004. There have been 5 Amara Footprints projects so far. The 6th is starting in January next year. So industry has been very strongly supportive of this research project. And I'm very happy to talk to anyone who'd like to hear about the next phase if you're interested. But what we've done is we've demonstrated proof of concept that alteration of vein minerals record subtle hypogene geochemical signatures around porphyry deposits. We've also now done it on IOCGs, orogenic gold, sediment-hosted copper, skarn, carbonate replacement, and epithermal deposits. Our key method in the green rock environment is to use LAICPMS because we need low-level detection limits for trace elements, and LAICPMS is our go-to technique to get that detection. The outcome is, while the individual analyses may be expensive, with a very broad sample distribution and low density sampling, you can actually assess a district very quickly and come to questions about, is it likely to contain a large deposit and where might that deposit be located? So questions of fertility and vectoring. So this is why industry has been engaging with this approach. As I mentioned, it's a very big research team over the past 17 years, and my thanks go to everybody you can see on this slide and others I've missed as well. It's been a joy to be part of this research program. I want to talk to you about 2 minerals in the green rock environment, epidote and chlorite. And first of all, I want to talk about epidote. And we now have a database of about 23,500 laser ablation analyses of epidote from over 60 porphyry deposits around the planet. If you were using electron microprobe to analyse epidote, you would get its major element compositions and a few trace elements that can be present in quite high concentrations. If you are interested in other elements that are in low concentrations, you have to go to laser ablation. And some of these elements are really critical for exploration. So that is why we use laser ablation. There's been experiments of trying to do this work using a portable XRF. It really only works when you've got these elevated concentrations. This little compilation of 10,000 epidote analyses is just comparing to you the epidote concentration of the concentration of a given element in epidote against the concentration in the whole rock sample. So all of the elements you are seeing here prefer to go into other mineral phases in green rocks than they prefer to go into epidote. So for example, zinc and copper don't particularly like going into epidote. There's concentrations of 1 to 10 ppm zinc and copper, but they love going into chlorite, and you might get them at 1,000 ppm in chlorite. So we're learning about the trace element deportment in the distal propylitic altered rocks that impacts on our whole rock geochemistry through these type of analyses. Some elements love going into epidote, and you can see here manganese, strontium, vanadium, and most importantly, arsenic, lead, antimony. These are distal pathfinder elements routinely used in porphyry exploration. Those elements are concentrated in epidote on the distal fringe of a porphyry system. Getting in proximal to a porphyry, you actually start to see elevated tin and bismuth in epidote, things that are a little surprising that you may not have predicted. Here's a rock photo from an epidote vein in the Baguio district of the Philippines, distal to a couple of porphyry deposits, and we're in a very fresh rock. Okay, this is a hornblende lamprifier dike. These are beautiful fresh hornblende phenocrysts. And you see this little epidote calcite vein cutting through this. And this is a 2.5 centimetre wide polished mount we put in our laser ablation. We've circled where we're going to be analysing. I just want to zoom in on this area here, but I should mention for our geochemical exploration, this is the useful bit of the rock where the vein is. If we analyse this bulk rock, we get the geochemical anomaly associated with the ore deposit diluted below detection. If we analyse the minerals in the vein, we can detect the geochemical signature of the ore deposit quite effectively. And the reason for that is when we zoom in and look, here's a reflected light photo, you can see the hornblende with its cleavages. Here's the epidote calcite vein, so just highlighting the epidote is this mid-grey colour. These are laser ablation spots where we've burned holes to get the epidote composition. But here's where we've generated a laser ablation map, and we've burnt lines across the epidote to look at the trace element deportment in the hornblende, the epidote, and the calcite. And you can see how arsenic, antimony, and lead are all partitioning into the epidote in preference to the calcite or the hornblende. So those elements are substituting into the epidote crystal lattice. And that's really useful for geochemical exploration. So now let's look at how you might exploit that in looking in a porphyry system. And let's go to a pretty substantial porphyry copper moly district, the Collahuasi district of northern Chile. Here we're looking at the Ujina porphyry copper moly deposit open pit with the volcanoes of the high Andes in the background. We're at about 4,500 metres elevation above sea level in the Atacama Desert. And here's a geological map of the Collahuasi district. There are 3 giant porphyry deposits in the district. The smallest of them is the Ujina copper moly porphyry, located here on the east. That is about 636 million tonnes at 1% copper. Quebrada Blanca over here, reported resource of 1.43 billion tonnes at 0.59% copper. I believe there's a secondary resource here that should probably upgrade that. I don't have the most up-to-date figures. And then we have the Rosario porphyry, which is overprinted by the Rosario high sulfidation vein, and there's a cluster of high sulfidation and intermediate sulfidation veins to the south. And this is one of the world's largest porphyry copper molybdenum deposits with 3.1 billion tonnes at 0.82 copper. Tim Ireland mapped this district for his PhD. And this is his mapping of propylitic alteration in the Collahuasi district. So this is from 2010. And you can see he's mapped epidote chloride as a bright green halo going out to chloride as a dark green halo around each of these deposits. The host rocks are Paleozoic basement rocks. So there's the potential, there's some metamorphic epidote and chloride out here. The porphyry deposits, which are where these red blobs are, these are Eocene and Oligocene in age. So we have a big temporal break between sort of the host stratigraphy in the district and the Eocene porphyry activity. So we've got quite big porphyry footprints. We've got a lot of green rock alteration. What happens when we analyse our epidote and chloride? So I want to take a look at Uhina in a little more detail, even though it's the smallest. And what we're going to do is we're going to plot the data from these sample points you see here as a function of distance from the deposit centre. So the centre is in the middle of the potassic zone, and we're going to put all of our data onto a section showing distance away. And when we do that, what I want to do is compare the whole rock data to the epidote data. So we've collected rock chips, we've analysed the chemistry of the rock chip using 4-acid digest ICP, and then we've analysed the epidote using laser ablation ICP. And the whole rock data are open squares, the epidote data are red circles. The top is showing you copper and moly, they're the ores, and zinc, a distal pathfinder. And you can see the anomalism in the whole rock, and we see very little anomalism in the epidote. For copper and moly, because epidote, those elements don't like going into epidote, it's a little bit of epidote zinc anomalism, but the bulk of the zinc anomalism is in the whole rock, going into chlorite distally. So that defines your whole rock geochemical footprint. It's going out pretty much to the edge of the pyrite halo, about 1.4 kilometres from the centre of the Uhina porphyry. If we look at some of the major elements that are affected by potassic and propylitic alteration, potassium enrichment is occurring about, again, 1.4 K out, and we're seeing coincident sodium and calcium depletion due to the destruction of plagioclase and hornblende in potassic alteration. So once again, we can see the porphyry deposit quite effectively using whole rock geochemistry from 1.4 kilometres. Now, if we go to our distal pathfinders, the story reverses, and you can see the whole rock data are mostly below 5 ppm for arsenic and antimony. They get a bit higher for lead, but the epidote is strongly anomalous, and it's strongly anomalous up to 4 to 5 kilometres away from the deposit centre. So beyond where rock chip chemistry is working really effectively, by analysing epidote, we're getting the distal indication of this porphyry system. Other trace elements, I should mention, just zooming in on the arsenic plot, you can see just how low the arsenic in the whole rock is versus the arsenic in the epidote, with some domains where the arsenic values are getting up above 100 parts per million in the individual epidote, even though they're less than 20 parts per million in the rock. Other trace elements get enriched on the fringe of the pyrite halo in epidote. So the epidote chemistry changes with distance from deposit centre. So you can see we get these shoulders on the edge of the pyrite halo where epidote's actually enriched in tin, in bismuth, in uranium, and in yttrium. And then as we move further out, manganese and strontium are behaving more like the arsenic, antimony, and lead. If you want to look in plan view, here's arsenic in epidote in plan view around these three deposits. The Uhina, you can see this increase going towards the south, and then it drops off again, probably to metamorphic. Rosario, with its high sulfidation overprint, has mostly a subdued sample distribution, but most of our samples are close. And you see Quebrada Blanca has a really strong halo of arsenic-rich epidote around it, quite distal to the deposit, and then metamorphic epidote probably sitting out here. Here's this antimony in epidote, and you see a much better pattern around Rosario here, so very strong anomalism, and again, a halo of very rich antimony in epidote around Quebrada Blanca. The smaller deposit Uhina has a weaker antimony in epidote footprint. So that leads us to fertility questions. We believe that the amount of metal going into epidote reflects the size of the hydrothermal system and the metal endowment of the hydrothermal system. To try and illustrate that, I'm going to show you a series of plots of trace element contents in epidote. We're going to start, we've got two graphs side by side, a plot of arsenic versus antimony in epidote and a data cloud. And we've also got trace elements in epidote from the samples that are highlighted in colour, and we've got pathfinders on the left and rare earths on the right. Now, we've analysed metamorphic epidote to give the explorers confidence that you can see a difference between metamorphic epidote and porphyry-related epidote to help in exploration. And metamorphic epidote has high rare earth elements. It has high lead, it has a bit of high tin, but these pathfinders are mostly really low. And when you plot this on an arsenic antimony plot, mostly they don't plot because the antimony contents are below detection limits. So they sit at the bottom left of this data cloud. If we then look at a small deposit, Black Mountain in the Philippines, it's about a 0.23 million tonne copper, 20 tonne gold porphyry system. It has anomalous epidote chemistry, arsenic, antimony, zinc, lead, and weak rare earths, and it sits in the bottom left of the data cloud. As we go to a bigger deposit, Endeavour 48, this is about 1.43 million tonnes, you see the data cloud is moving up to the right, and we're starting to get a more prominent plot. We call these skyscraper plots. We're moving basically from a country town towards New York City, as you'll see. Then we go to Batu Hijau, bigger again, and we're moving up the cloud. We're getting more anomalism in the pathfinders. Here's Uhina. We're getting quite a strong response from Uhina, but we're getting an even stronger response from Quebrada Blanca. And then if we go to a true supergiant deposit like El Teniente, our data are sitting up in the top right, and we start to go off the scale of this y-axis, which is fixed at 250, because our arsenic contents are heading up towards weight percent arsenic in epidote. So the biggest deposits tend to have the highest concentrations of arsenic and antimony in epidote. And it's weird, but it turns out that those concentrations are highest far away from the porphyry centre. At El Teniente, we're picking that up 5 or 6 kilometres from the deposit centre. What we think is going on is that our potassic zone, we are destroying calcium-bearing minerals. We are replacing plagioclase with orthoclase. We are replacing hornblende with biotite. So we're precipitating potassium, we're leaching calcium, magnesium, and sodium. We have a lot of sulfur, and we're precipitating sulfide. So we're getting chalcopyrite, we're not precipitating epidote. We move out to the pyrite halo and we start to get epidote precipitation. So we get a domain where epidote and pyrite coexist. In this domain, the pathfinder elements don't go into epidote. They prefer to go into pyrite. And then we get the epidote picking up some weird trace elements like zirconium, tin, copper, moly. We then run out of sulfur, and we go beyond the pyrite halo and we get a green rock halo where the pathfinder metals are still present and they're forced into silicates. So arsenic, antimony, lead, manganese, vanadium, they're all going into epidote. Manganese and vanadium are going into chlorite along with copper and zinc, and manganese is also going into calcite. So it has many homes. So that's why we think we see this variation in epidote chemistry across the district. And we were really pleased and surprised to see the biggest porphyry deposits are fluxing the most metals, and they have the strongest green rock anomalies, which means you can use epidote chemistry for fertility. Now I'd like to talk to you about chlorite, and we're going to look back at the Batu Hijau deposit. This work was founded on amazing field sampling by Xiaoshan Chang and Bruce Gemmell, and then Jamie Wilkinson really led the initiative on the Batu Hijau site while he was at Codes for 3 years as a visiting researcher. And so let's zoom into Batu Hijau, and we can see it's a giant porphyry copper gold deposit. It's 3.5 million years old on the island of Sumbawa. And it has beautifully mapped propylitic alteration around a potassic core. So we have intense biotite magnetite going out to moderate biotite magnetite. We have our actinolite zone going out to epidote veins and epidote alteration, and then distal chlorite, calcite, zeolites. There are other porphyry prospects in the district, such as Sekonkang, Katala, and Orangara. Here's just a view across the Batu Hijau open pit looking southwest. So Xiaoshan went collecting samples for 5 kilometres along that transect to the southwest through the jungle. And you can see that sample transect is over here. It's this southwest transect. It actually comes all the way down to here. So that's a key sampling transect. We'll also see some data that compares a sample transect to the Sekonkang system. This is a failed porphyry. You can see it's got weak anomalism. So we use this to compare a giant porphyry with a porphyry prospect. Just looking at the data now in plan view, you can see this is whole rock data. We're just looking at whole rock zinc. I'm trying to show you the geochemical footprint of Bada Hijau from our rock chip sampling, the copper gold moly zone around the ore body itself, and the manganese zinc arsenic zone from rock chip geochemistry. Now, if we go and look at the chlorite in this rock, so epidote is certainly present, but I now want to focus at the chlorite, and the chlorite is the darker green material replacing the hornblende phenocryst, and it's also replacing the ground mass. And chlorite is quite an amazing mineral, it turns out, because it's very temperature sensitive. It's a good geothermometer. Looking at our data with distance from the deposit centre from Bada Hijau on our different sampling transects, you can see there are a number of trace elements in chlorite that decrease with distance from the deposit centre. Titanium decreases by 2 orders of magnitude out to a distance of 2.3 kilometres. Magnesium's decreasing out to 1.8 kilometres. Vanadium has a gentle decrease out to 5 kilometres. Aluminium has a decrease out to about 5 kilometres as well. These elements are in chlorite. One of the reasons we've loved working at Bada Hijau is the whole rock protolith is a homogeneous composition. So here's our whole rock data, and you can see the titanium in the whole rock does not vary. You cannot see this anomalism by analysing the rock geochemistry. You have to analyse the chlorite. Same for the magnesium, same for the aluminium, same for the vanadium. Once we get beyond these dashed lines, you can see we actually seem to flatten off and homogenise the background. So the chlorite halo is detecting geochemical anomalisms for different trace elements out to about 2 to 5 kilometres, depending on the trace element. I should just mention the orange data, that's the Sekongkeng data as a point of comparison. It's not actually going out to the 6 kilometre mark. Here's some elements of increase with the distance from Bada Hijau. Lithium, nickel, barium, calcium, all increasing, again, either to shorter distances or longer distances. Some of these we can see in the whole rock. So the lithium is obvious in the whole rock. There's a little bit of an increase in the barium. And then we flatten off the background again. So Jamie did a really nice analysis of the variation in these trace elements and whether they have enrichment halos or depletion halos in the chlorite, and how far we could detect the anomalism out from the deposit centre. And that's sort of summarised in this table. But the key message is the target areas increased from about 4 square kilometres to 28 square kilometres using chlorite geochemistry. And then if you take the elements that increase and the elements that decrease and you ratio them against each other to decrease the signal to noise ratio, you get what we call proximeters. These are effectively geothermometers. They're mapping out the heat and fluid sort of distribution around the Bada Hijau centre. But you see here, ratioing titanium over strontium gives us 4 orders of magnitude variability in this particular ratio out to 2 kilometres from the deposit centre. And the whole rock data does not show the variability. And you can fit a regression coefficient to this part of that trend, and you can come up with what we call our proximeter equation, which relates titanium and strontium concentrations in chlorite to distance from deposit centre. And there are a number of these. So here's a magnesium calcium ratio. This goes out to about 5 kilometres. It's only varying over 2 orders of magnitude, but it's still showing a systematic trend. Here's a vanadium nickel one going out to 5 kilometres over 2 orders of magnitude. Again, you're seeing it, you may be picking a little bit in the whole rock, but not much. Sometimes they flatten off to background. You can see here titanium over barium, a really strong decrease and then homogenizing to background. And sometimes they even go below background. And that's because we're getting some distal lead enrichment on the fringe of the pyrite halo here. So this is titanium over lead around Bada Hijau. So what I've tried to show you here is that by ratioing elements decrease and increase with distance from deposit centre, we can come up with a range of proximeter ratios. We can break them up into short range proximeters that seem to work out to about 2.5 kilometres from Bada Hijau, and there's a number of those. And we have long range proximeters going out to about 5 kilometres. And again, there's a series of those. So Bava Hijau, really gave us encouragement for vectoring. We can use this stuff to try to find the deposit centre. In order to validate what we were finding through research at what we call orientation sites, we came up with a concept that we call blind site testing. And that was whereby sponsors would give us a suite of samples and they wouldn't tell us where they were from. They would relocate the samples from their original spatial locations, so we couldn't identify them by just dropping them into Google Earth. But the sample coordinates would remain internally consistent. So we could then use epidote and chlorite chemistry to see if we can predict the deposit centre and the deposit size. And so I'll show you a blind test result we did, and we published this back in 2020 in the Green Rock Special Issue, which was on the resolution porphyry copper moly deposit in Arizona. And this is in the Superior District. Resolution is a Laramide age porphyry deposit, about 63.5 million years. It does not crop out. What you are looking at is the range front, and we have a thick tertiary volcanic pile that overlies resolution. And here we can see Paleozoic carbonate rocks and Proterozoic plastic sediments and dolerite sills and basalt flows. And these contain distal epithermal veins related to resolution, but the deposit itself is completely concealed under tertiary cover. This is just an oblique 3D view of that tertiary volcanic plateau and how it covers the resolution deposit, which is located in a half-graben filled by Cretaceous volcanoclastics. Here are the epithermal veins that crop out on the range front in the Proterozoic and Paleozoic rocks. And here is the very famous Magma Mine, a carbonate-hosted, high sulfidation copper-silver deposit with really rich copper-silver grades. Resolution was discovered by drilling south and deep from magma. This is the geology map of the Superior District. So the position of the resolution ore body is projected up from below the tertiary volcanics. We'll see this geologic cross-section in a little while. You can see these are actually our green rock sample locations that we were provided. We didn't know that at the time. And this is the Proterozoic and Paleozoic geology in the range front. Paul Agnew sent us these samples and he said, we're giving you samples from a deep drill hole. It's very expensive. We've got some pyrite in the drill holes. We could probably vector off of that, but because management's getting tired, should we bother? If we analyse chlorite and epidote from these drill core samples, can we see if it's a big system? Is it a high-grade system? Are we close or are we far away from the centre of the deposit? Which way should we go? And so this was a test of our green rock tools. And the samples they sent us were 12 rocks, 12 drill core samples. That's all they gave us. And they were spaced 2 kilometres apart. So that's the sample distribution. That's all we knew. We did get information about the host rocks as well, andesite, dacite, and diabase. So could be 2 sides of one prospect. It could be 2 prospects, something else. It's a very weird drilling distribution. If we project those samples onto a cross-section, you can see in cross-section view that actually all of these are from one drill hole, and we could see that from the metadata provided to us, whereas the ones in the south are from several holes, but they're pretty deep. They all contain epidote and chlorite, but only one of them contains an epidote vein, and it's a pretty crummy epidote vein. So the geology isn't super compelling that we're near a porphyry deposit. We've certainly got green rocks, but are they significant? Well, when we analyse the epidote, it gives us a subdued signature. This is the response. This is not like El Teniente or Quebrada Blanca or even Ujina. And for a 23 million tonne copper deposit, this raises questions as to, are we looking at a small system? Well, the other possibility is we're looking at a big system, but we're close. And all of the samples we were sent contain pyrite. So here are some epidote maps just highlighting, yes, we have arsenic, we have antimony, and we have lead in our epidote, but they're actually pretty subdued. And we have coexisting pyrite, which in addition to containing things like gold and silver, contains high levels of antimony, high levels of lead, and high levels of arsenic. So we believe we're close to the deposit centre, and Pyrite is scavenging the metals, and so we get a subdued epidote fertility response. It's a false negative, effectively. And when we compare the resolution data to other data we collected from other porphyry deposits, actually the arsenic, antimony and lead looks like the sort of concentration range we see around 1 to 1.5 kilometres from deposit centre. And for elements that are high proximal to deposit centres, we can see, again, about distance of 1 to 1.5 kilometres. So we would say epidote's saying we're close. We're not really sharply defining the target, but we think we're about 1 to 2 kilometres away. If we now look at chlorite, only 10 of the samples gave us results for chlorite, but their behaviour was very systematic as we went from high levels to deep levels in the system. Titanium was elevated in chlorite at depth. Strontium, lithium and lead were elevated at shallow levels. And so if we look at those samples projected onto our cross-section and we just colour them up sample by sample, let's take a look at the titanium-strontium ratios. We're going to predict the distance to the deposit centre using the Bader-Hitchell proximeter. Okay, so there's our proximeter equation. We're going to predict a distance to where the deposit might be from the chloride analysis. And in a two-dimensional view, that's going to plot as a circle. In a three-dimensional view, it would plot as a sphere. And so just to repeat that, this data point here, close to the A, when we calculate distance to centre, we're saying it's somewhere that far away. So if we do that for each of these 10 sample points, then we look at the fact that the radii of these circles are varying. That's a good sign. We're close to the deposit centre. And the fact that they're all converging gives us a bit of a target. Okay, so we said, all right, we don't know if this is a giant. We suspect it is, but we believe we have a pretty precise drilling target for you from chlorite. Please assess whether that's valid. And the response was that we'd slightly overshot the ore zone. The ore zone is located here. Here's our samples. There's the base of the tertiary cover. And we had predicted that you should be drilling down here. So you would have had to drill through the ore body to hit our target, but you would have been pretty happy drilling on the way. So this was viewed by our sponsors as an excellent result using 10 rock chip samples on a 2K section. And it worked perfectly because we were on a section that passed directly over the deposit. It would have been more hard to interpret if we were tangential. Rio Tinto then duplicated the result. They have their own laser ablation facility, so they did a duplicate of the analyses. They gathered extra samples. They pretended they didn't know resolution was there, so they took samples in the green rock fringe, and they analysed their data in 3D rather than 2D to look at things in spherical space, and they still came up with a prediction pretty much that matched ours in the deposit centre from the intersection of the 3D spheres. So it seems to work well. We then tried to go further and look at the green rocks out in the distal region. So we knew that the Superior District has a lot of epidote chloride alteration in the Proterozoic rocks distal to resolution. You can see different examples of that green rock alteration. And we put Josh Phillips onto this PhD study to try to define where the green rock halo can be detected far away from resolution, because all our work was very close to resolution. We got a surprise, okay? So Josh found green rocks everywhere. We're just going, well, how big is this footprint? You know, we're targeting the Proterozoic dolerite and the Proterozoic basalt, and we just can't make sense of this. We're getting some really weird results. So Josh decided to try to date the green rocks using firstly apatite, which was present with some of the epidote, and then date the epidote itself, which if you get high uranium and low lead, you can date. And you can see here, our dating results highlight there are two events. There's a Proterozoic green rock event associated with the intrusion of the Proterozoic dolerite sills. It looks like an unrecognised Proterozoic sediment-hosted mineral system is present in this district. And there is a laramide event associated with the porphyry and epithermal deposits. While the errors on these epidote ages are large, the isochrons are good. And basically, we can now use dating to screen out different generations of epidote. So once we do that, we can go into discriminant projection analysis. We can go into multivariate geochemical space and work out what are what our dated samples chemistry is like, and then we can classify the samples that we didn't date. And when we go through a data analytics approach to the green rock chemistry, we can unravel the different generations of green rock alteration and work out that the resolution chlorite footprint can be seen 4 kilometres away, and it is exposed in the range front, but you have to go through the data analytics to get there. And so this is the vanadium cobalt ratio around resolution. And if you want to see more about that, Josh Phillips has a talk uploaded at YouTube from the Australian Earth Science Convention this year, where you can learn a bit more about his PhD. So just to wrap up, hopefully I've shown you that distal alteration minerals in porphyry systems record geochemical footprints. They provide vectoring and fertility information. Blind site testing has been really helpful to validate these techniques, which is why we have this very strong industry engagement for our research program. But ultimately, we haven't yet reached the point where someone puts their hand on their hearts and say, green rock mineral chemistry was one of the tools that aided in the discovery of a major porphyry system. And that's the thing I'm hoping will happen soon, because that'll be the game changer for making this a routine part of geochemical exploration for porphyries. So thank you to all of our sponsors over the years and our government funding agencies, and thank you for listening.
Thanks so much for that amazing presentation, David. So now is the time for questions. Please feel free to ask questions to David and using the box. So the first question is, in the introductory map for the Collahuasi district, the colors for epidote chloride alteration seem reversed for that of the Rosario and Ugina. Is that correct? Or are their colors reversed?
So I have to say, Tim Ireland, when he was mapping the Collahuasi district, that is his observations, his point scale observations of the epidote chlorite mapping in the district. I'm just looking at it now. And he mapped a huge epidote halo around Quebrada Blanca with a smaller chlorite halo. Partly that relates to protolith because the rock package varies from felsic to mafic. So the chlorite is easier to see in the andesitic and basaltic host, whereas in the rhyolitic host, the epidote is easiest to see and you don't see the chlorite very well. Part of it is Tim's observations from field. So he has point observations. We've gone back and actually sampled after Tim did his mapping, and we would modify the maps based on our observations. So that's an old alteration map that we need to adjust. But I believe there's another porphyry system influencing that big footprint at Quebrada Blanca, which is part of the complication as well.
All right, thank you. There's a follow-up question. Have additional chloride proximeters been determined beyond Batu, Hijau, and El Teniente?
Yes, Rick. We've been working, as I mentioned, on 60 plus porphyry deposits. So we've generated proximeter ratios on quite a few deposits. So the proximeter ratio is effectively mapping the thermal gradient created by the fluid flux out of the porphyry system. And it will be influenced by the geometry and the size of the intrusive complex. So if you have a big pluton, it gets a very broad halo. If you have a really tiny pencil porphyry, it gets a very narrow halo. If you have an elongate porphyry, you're going to have this asymmetric distribution. So we've been trying to come up with different proximeters at different scales. So we have them at Endeavour 26, a small porphyry in Australia. We have them for El Teniente, for Collahuasi, for Batu Hijau. We've sort of been generating a catalogue of these for a number of deposits. But I have to say, we've moved on a bit from the proximeter ratio approach as we've got more and more into the data analytics. Where there's that's a knowledge-driven approach. When you take the proximeter ratios, you're sort of saying, well, we know this worked at Batu Hijau. Let's try and see if it works at resolution. It turned out it did. They're actually similar sizes of deposits in terms of sort of if you look at the resource figures and you think about the fluid volumes, they work out about the same. So that's why Beta geoproximeters seem to work okay at resolution. But other systems, it's going to be different. So if you take a data-driven approach, and we've been developing software to let us explore this in multivariate space, we find we can come up with a whole bunch of correlations and a more effective vectoring approach based on the data for an individual district. So that's some of our more recent research. We haven't really published it. I've given you a little taste of it with Josh's stuff from Resolution. But yeah, we've got both, the proximeters and a different approach with a piece of software we call Locator. We'll talk about that at the SGA conference in March coming up.
Okay, thank you. Here, there's another question. How about districts with similar age porphyry centers, sorting out the potential overlaps, for example, in the Escondida district?
Hey, Keiko, hope you're doing well. Keiko, it's a great question, and it's a question that comes up quite commonly. Porphyry deposits classically occur in clusters. And so you might have, many porphyry centres. One might be a giant, others might be small. And so this has always been concerning to people that, oh, you're going to get overlap, you're going to get confusion. And it is certainly true that as you get close to the deposit centre, one of the things about mineral chemistry is the variability in the mineral chemistry gets stronger and stronger. It's actually a vector into itself, and you get a bigger and bigger cloud of confusion as you get in close to a deposit and when there's deposits overlapping. But the biggest deposits flux the most fluids. And so what we've found when we've worked in clusters is that the big system gives you the big footprint, and then you come in and you start to get this noise created by additional clusters that might confuse you, but you're also in the environment then where conventional geochemical tools and geophysical tools can and should be used. Green rock exploration is most valuable far away, and the biggest deposits are the only things that are giving you the footprint far away. So that's where we've been very pleasantly surprised. The challenge is to sample to background. And when we started this program, we were naively thinking background would be 2 or so kilometres, like just outside the pyrite halo. We haven't reached background at El Teniente. It's 10 kilometres at least. We're going back there in our new project. We're going to keep going. We're going to find the edge of the El Teniente system, hopefully, in this next phase. But the big ones are really big.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. Here I have another question. Do you get differing results between calcareous versus alkalic porphyries?
Yeah, great question, Rick. So we've done a bit of work on alkalic porphyries, mostly in Australia, a little bit of data from Canada, and the Australian ones behave just like the calcalcaline porphyries, but we tend to see some slight variations in the chemistry, like they tend to be more antimony-rich epidote, for example. So this arsenic versus antimony, they generally correlate together, but the alkalic ones might get a little more antimony-rich, but then so too do porphyries where there's a strong high sulfidation overprint on the porphyry. So there's some flavors in the mineral chemistry that might relate to magma chemistry. It might relate to the hydrothermal fluid evolution and the pH and the like that are a little challenging to unpack. So you sort of got to do it from place to place. Certainly, we're doing quite a few different minerals and seeing quite a surprising result in the white mica chemistry space recently, where there did seem to be quite a big difference. But again, it's early days on that, and I'm going to keep scratching our heads and think about if it's really magma chemistry or something else that's driving that.
Okay, thank you. The next question. Do physical parameters such as hot rocks permeability or grain size of the alteration minerals affect your geochemical results? Do you need to compare apples to apples?
Great question, David. And you can add in paragenesis to that. Like a common question is what happens if you sample different paragenetic stages? When we started this work, we were really diligent at trying to make sure in individual samples, when we collect a sample, we will generate about 25 or 30 laser ablation spots per sample, and we would gather material from veins, and we would gather material from places where epidote chlorite are replacing a primary mineral or a secondary mineral in the altered wall rock. And our thinking was that would let us get away from protolith and proto-mineral effects, where you might inherit some of the chemistry from the wall rock and impact on your geochemical results. Now, we've been really pleased to see that in most cases, the fluid wins. Okay, so the chemistry, particularly the pathfinder elements, is provided from an external source, from the hydrothermal fluid. We're not reconstituting arsenic or antimony from the wall rock. We're actually adding it all to the rock. So a number of those trace elements, doesn't matter if it's a replacement or a vein, we see the same response. There's a couple of trace elements that we do see a bit of a protolith effect. Nickel in chlorite can be affected. Like, so when we look at chloride in a basalt versus chloride in a basaltic andesite, generally the chloride has higher nickel and higher chromium. So some elements look like they might get locally reconstituted in the altered wall rocks. And then when you look at paragenesis as well, in close to the deposit, paragenesis is really complex. And when you start to unravel different vein stages, you'll see sometimes it's hot water, sometimes it's a really fertile fluid. So the chemistry varies maybe 5 or 6 orders of magnitude. I know at Badahijo, I can see 6 orders of magnitude variation in calcite chemistry in close to the deposit. But when we're far away, we don't see the paragenetic relationships. We might see isolated veins or just replacements. So we don't have that same paragenetic complexity. We also don't see the same variability. We might only see 1 or 2 orders of variability in mineral chemistry variation. Hopefully that helps. But yeah, it is good to compare apples to apples, but we've been pleased to see across mafic to felsic rocks, across volcanics to intrusions, to sediments, to metamorphic rocks, we've seen repeatable patterns in many of the systems we've worked on. There are some oddballs that show up every now and again.
Okay, thank you for that answer. The next question is, anything about those with porphyry epithermal overprint, say Lepanto?
Okay, so Darwin, we've worked extensively on the Lepanto and the deposit in the Mankind district, and we've actually got a PhD student just finishing up his thesis right now on Lepanto, so we've got more stuff coming out. But our focus at Mankind has been in the lithocap environment. So we've done a lot of work on the alunite, on the pyrite, on the aluminophosphate sulfate minerals, the quartz, the rutile. But in that acid environment, epidote and chloride aren't stable. Epidote forms under alkaline pH conditions. Chlorite forms under weakly acidic to alkaline pH conditions. So once you get into a high sulfidation system proper, you really start to struggle to see those minerals stable. If we went around into the green rocks below the lithocap, then we would be able to do the chlorite chemistry. We actually haven't done it yet because we don't have a good sample distribution. Our sampling was biased to the lithocap. We do have a bit of green rock from around the high sulfidation veins at Rosario in the Collahuasi district, and they have the highest copper content in epidote of any epidotes we've analysed. So I suspect that high sulfidation epidote chlorite actually has its own little flavour, but I don't have a substantial enough database to put my hand on my heart and say, here's the signature of the high sulfidation system.
Oh. Okay, thank you. There's a follow-up question. There were not simple patterns in epidote composition around the Gibraltar BC porphyry. How often do you see inconsequential results around known deposits?
So Keiko, we do get inconsequential results. Some of our blind tests, we get to the end of them and go, we don't know. So there can be several factors that impact on this. One is sample distribution. Okay, so sampling to background is really key. So in an area like in BC, where you've got structural disruption, the possibility is that you cross over fault segments and you're comparing different geochemical domains, but the structural disruption has messed up the geochemical dispersion pattern. Gibraltar is one of the most deformed porphyries I've seen. I've got a nice piece of it sitting behind me in my office here with a beautiful foliation. So it's deformed, and that also means it's potentially metamorphosed. So you may have a mixture of metamorphic and hydrothermal. And that comes into a similar problem to, say, what I was talking about at resolution, trying to screen out different events. If you try to date your epidote, you might be able to pull it apart, but I suspect at Gibraltar, the deformation is too close to the porphyry mineralisation, and you wouldn't pull it apart using epidote dating. It's not a precise enough chronometer to help you deal with that. So yeah, we've had a few failures. I know Paul Agnew said he went through blind tests and he reckons about 75–80% of them worked like a charm, is the internal Rio assessment of how they worked. That means there's a few that haven't worked. It's not perfect. It's not a silver bullet. But we're showing you the ones that really work well. So, you know, if you like, one day we should sit down. I can show you some of the ones that we still scratch our heads over.
Okay, thank you so much. A huge thanks to you. Thank you for that presentation and for answering all the questions. Before we adjourn for the day, we have one more speaker who would like to quickly address to our audience and share his thoughts on the society. It's my pleasure to introduce SEG President-elect for 2022, Chico Acevedo. Chico is the Vice President of Business Development for Tumina Metals Corp since 2017. Prior to that, Chico was Exploration Manager, South America for gold fields from 2006 to 2017. During this period, exploration was focused on gold and copper deposits in South America, and his team was responsible for the development of the Chuquipaca, now named San Gabriel project. In a JV with Buenaventura on the discovery of the Solaris Norte gold silver deposit in northern Chile, a high sulfidation epithermal deposit. Before gold fields, Chico oversaw exploration programs for Gold Corporation based in Argentina. And from 1983 to 2006, he worked for Jarcon from South Africa based in Brazil, exploring for gold in Archean and Proterozoic terrain. And now, a message from Chico.
Hello everyone, my name is Chico Azevedo. This year I served our society as President-elect, which has been a pleasure and honor. My main job during the year was to chair the Education and Training Committee, which gave me the opportunity to get exposed to many activities managed by these and several other committees. So today, as this event closes the year, I would like to say a big thank you to all committee members, SEG staff, and all those involved in the events. It was a great success as the committee organized, sponsored, or participated in 21 events with a total attendance of almost 4,000 people. Out of the many positive achievements by the society this year, in my opinion, one of the most important was the ability to transform a challenge represented by restrictions imposed by the COVID pandemic into an opportunity, as the offering of several virtual events proves to be a very effective inclusion mechanism. Many people who would not have the chance for several reasons of attending an SEG event were able to participate for the first time. A good progress to be continued, particularly with the good news of the recently created Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee. I also look forward to work closely with this committee next year to make our society more inclusive and diverse. Talking about our society and our future, I'd like to address one point recently raised by President Moira Smith. As she says, it's no longer enough to simply find a million ounces and call it good. Besides the reasons listed by Moira, I would like to add some I learned from my own experience. In the last decade, I had the chance to contribute to a couple of projects since their discovery to the completion of different phases of feasibility study, and this was a very enlightening experience for me. The discovery of a deposit is a starting point for any mining project, and we, as exploration geologists, have a fundamental responsibility here. However, our job and responsibilities as economic geologists do not stop with the discovery, as our skills and capabilities are necessary for a satisfactory completion of these studies. It's incredible the amount of resource and science invested in the several phases of studies to guarantee that a mining project is put on production following best standards. You name it. Acid drainage, characterization to properly plan and execute waste rock facilities, geometallurgical database construction to assist mine planning and efficient metallurgical process, the identification and management of deleterious elements to guarantee they are sterilized and before disposal, optimization on the recovery of byproducts, final closing, and the monitoring process of a mining operation. All these using the most advanced technology available and lots of science. So, in all these and many other areas, we economic geologists have an important role to guarantee that the mining industry becomes progressively more efficient in all aspects. During this year, I attended to some of the events offered, and I also attended virtually to our 100 years anniversary conference, including the very interesting mesh zone panels at the end of each day. I was positively impressed with the participation of the younger generation, including their interest in debating how we can best continue to advance our society. Our next conference in Denver will deal with minerals for our future, and I think it's very timely as worldwide organizations and countries are making decisions committing to a less carbon-dependent economy. And that comes with another important challenge for us, as while the demand for certain metals and minerals will increase significantly, the geology of some of them remains poorly understood. Historically, we have succeeded in providing the metals and minerals required for maintaining and improving the modern standards of life, and I believe this time will be no different. And again, I see this as a challenge that can be converted into an opportunity, as the SEG has all the conditions to contribute to this process and use it to grow and continue to be the leading organization in our area. So, as president for 2022, I look forward to work closely with our executive committee, council, SEG staff, committees, and members in general to address this challenge. So, thank you very much for your attention and good holiday seasons to all.
Thanks so much to Chico for that message and vision as we look forward to 2022. A quick announcement that SEG will be offering a one-day virtual course entitled Operational and Technical Management of Mineral Exploration Program in February 2022. This course is a wonderful opportunity for early and mid-career professionals to sharpen their knowledge and learn the skills needed to successfully manage exploration programs in the modern environment. Themes will include approach and consideration for managing operational and technical aspects of field programs, from risk assessment, analysis, and logistical consideration, to overseeing survey design and implementation, as well as the management of drilling programs and core processing. A really great opportunity for those geos looking to take the next step into leadership roles. Membership means more. A reminder that the SEG is dedicated to advancing the science of economic geology and offers incredible benefits to its members, such as conference, field trips, short courses, workshops, publications, and mentoring. Please visit the webpage to learn more. And once again, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank Ross, Mike, Julie, Mike, David, for sharing with us your time, knowledge, and passion. A big thank to Moira and Chico for their measures as well. Thank you also to all our attendees and SEG members for your support and interest in this event. And we hope that all of you have a very safe and happy holiday season, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us today. This concludes our lecturer symposium. I want to thank our panelists again for the great discussions and everyone for attending today's webinar. As you leave, please complete the survey. We will use your input when designing future events. And as a reminder, an archive of today's presentation will be available by early next week on the SEG website and YouTube channel. Thank you and have a nice morning, afternoon, or evening. Y así concluye nuestro simposio de conferencistas. Queremos agradecer a todos los panelistas nuevamente por sus grandes charlas y a todas las personas que estuvieron hoy presentes. Por favor, no olviden llenar la encuesta. Sus respuestas serán usadas para futuros eventos. Y les recordamos que el evento de hoy van a encontrar un archivo en la página web de la SEG y en el canal de YouTube. Muchas gracias, felices fiestas y feliz tarde. Goodbye.